Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more, fighting on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring if I away hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday. No, Wednesday. I'm sorry, chat. I keep on wanting to say what day it is for me. I'm trying to say what day it is for most of you, all right? It is Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist, oh my god, in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of chicken jockey this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, we are back. Ted Cruz has been hibernating or what? Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. He popped out for this, and shit's different. Shit is not the same as it used to be. But honestly, with Tucker, you gotta understand, like, this guy is a sniper. You know? Like, he will be nice to you to your face if you're on the conservative side of the aisle, but he will be sniping behind your back. He will be talking shit about you in the group chat, right? And when the Dominion lawsuit causes those text messages to be released, well, we get to know exactly what he thinks about Trump. Turns out not much. Well, he's turning on Trump again. This time, oh my god, what was his problem with Trump last time? I think he didn't buy Trump's election denial. At least privately, right? You know, he really, really majorly downplays that shit publicly. Right, because he's on that wingnut welfare, right? He's on that MAGA gravy train. He wants to make that money, and he knows the only way that he can make that money is if he is not on the Trumpian shit list. But yeah, I don't know what to say about it now. He's pretty much called Trump's warmongering out. Pretty much laid bare the shallowness of any attempt of Donald Trump to reform the Republican Party, if there ever was one, away from neoconservatism and towards a I don't know, isolationist. Look, here's the whole deal, right? You're gonna see plenty of left-wingers, including Pod Save America, giving Tucker flowers that he in no way deserves. All right, this guy is a sleaze, this guy is a scumbag. You can't take what this guy says seriously, but nonetheless, people are glad. They love seeing somebody beat up on MAGA, especially if it's on their side. So yeah, the question is, like, you know, how does this wound heal? You know, we've had the coalition fracture several times. The first time over H-1B visas. The second time over Elon and the big beautiful bill, and now this is a third time over support for Israel and possible war with Iran. Chat, I feel like my volume is kind of like low, isn't it? I'm gonna turn this up slightly at the risk of fucking everything up. There we go. Hopefully I will fuck nothing up. That is what I'm trying to do. How are you doing, chat? You seem pretty sleepy. Although we do have a chicken jockey in chat. That's good to see. I'm glad that somebody appreciates. that I recognize that I'm taking on, like, Jack Black comedy tactics. You know, it's just the most basic comedy tactic of them all is like pronouncing words in a strange way. Yes. I don't know what generation of humor even is this, chat. What is the Jack Black style of humor where you just take a word and let's see, how do I do it? You're definitely sleepy. Yeah, you're not the only one, Magenta Dragons, apparently. Yeah, high on life. That's like you know, that's what Jack Black would say. I don't know. I haven't seen the Minecraft movie, but I imagine that, you know, if you get hit by zombies, Jack Black will come over to you with a pork chop and say, "You're looking like you're a little low on life. Let me help you out with a lava chicken and a chicken jockey." Anyway, volume is good here. I use earbuds though. Yeah, I was just like, no, I like to just barely hit the red. That is my preference there. So yeah, we gotta kind of move fast, chat. We gotta kind of move fast. I got some cool things on the bonus content for you today, and I got some cool things on the, you know, you're gonna get it for free today. As always, what we do is we have a bonus goal. We have several bonus goals. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I gotta let me see if I can get ahead of the super chats here. Butterfly, put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. Yes. Exclamation point. Boom. All right. I got there, chat. I got there. Yeah, the last few days, I don't remember to add the butterfly goal until after there's been a few super chats, and people were like upset about that. Obviously, chat, if that happens, I give you credit for the super chats that already go, but people want to see the ticker tape, right? The ticker tape comes down when we hit the super chat goal. That is a super chat goal. I think it's teal chats and above. That means 100 Thai baht, which is around $3 and some change. Any sort of super chat that's over that will be teal. That will make that goal go forward. And if we get 10 of them, then boom. Sorry, boom. Boom. I can't do it. Like, how many big booms? Oh, no, chat. No, the Costco guys. The Costco guys are too much for me right now. Anonogamy Gold, Anonogamy VOD says Pick of Destiny was better vehicle for his comedy. Should I see that? I don't hate Jack Black the way that some people do. I'm not like a super fan. I never got into, what is it, Tenacious D? Was the Pick of Destiny like a Tenacious D movie? I know a lot of people were sad that he dumped his former band member. Yo, what the fuck? That was too... What? Was that coordinated, chat? Was that a Okay, I shouldn't say coordinated strike. Considering what's going on right now in... Wow. Considering what's going on right now in Iran, I am not going to call it a coordinated strike. I am going to question, though... I don't think I've ever gotten to donos to the to throne that quickly. What? Oh. Okay. Oh, the cat ears. The cat ears got funded. Okay. Oh my god, chat. That's gonna be a nightmare to try to receive. Yeah, it looks like somebody. Yeah, there was only a little bit on the cat ears left, right? Wait, maybe one of the alerts is to tell me that it's fully funded, and the other one was to tell me that somebody donated on it? Is that how it works? Here, I'll look at it. I want to see if I can figure out who to thank. If not, thank you, Anonymous. If you wish to remain anonymous, that is perfectly fine. But yeah, it looks like we got the cat ears fully funded. Wait. Yeah, the whole thing is that, the Throne usually uses Amazon. In fact, I don't even know what this, oh no, chat, oh no, fuck me. I just realized something. Okay, maybe we can get ahead of this. We gotta get ahead of this. I hate to do this right now, right? But... those cat ears, like, right, we got to change the it's still got my old address. Oh my god, what do I do? Seems like this item has been shipped or paid out. more than a few days ago? I don't think so. Oh my god. Chat, here's the problem. It's gonna go to my old address. It's gonna go to America. I didn't even think about this. I don't know what to do. Oh, and we gotta go. I don't have much time today either. Fuck me. Fuck me. I want to make sure, because like the thing that I was thinking to do was to just like take the money and buy this on Lazada, which does ship to Thailand, right? I mean, you know, like shipping address. Oh my god, what? I don't see where I can go. Oh my god, thank you. Was it a Megastar? Lost items, track item, track item? Ordered. No, we need to get this, like, help. Let's hit help. Other lost item, return item. Link guides you through the necessary steps. God damn it, I just need to send them a fucking message. And just like let them know to like cancel that like order or whatever. I don't know how to do this. Oh my god, now it's just going back to the freaking... Oh, come on. I just need this order to be either canceled or put on hold or something. Oh my god, what am I doing? Back to orders. Just like help. Track item, return item. How about talk to somebody? Talk to a person. That should be a thing. Other issues. Yeah. Request order support? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's not working. It's not clicking. What? It used to be really easy to contact like the support with this contact. Wait, what the fuck? For creators? Yes, for creators. No, not resources, asshole. Contact. It means talk to a person. For fuck's sake. What? Oh, that's great. That's wonderful, chat. You click contact and you get like, oh, here's a bunch of articles. But we don't have a person. It's like what we're trying to say. We didn't hire a person. We made sure we fired all the people so we could make maximum money. That's what we did. There's no person there that you can talk to. We are going to put you through some fucking AI bullshit where reporting abusive. No, that's not what we're trying to do. Troubleshooting. How about talk to a person? How about message, email, anything? How it works? How it... No. Come on. Oh my god. Okay, see, it's still processing. That's why I need to get a whole... I'm sorry, chat. I hate that. I'm like, send a thank you note. No, I need to send a note to the throne, to the people at this thing. Throne customer service, return item, lost item, track item, browse FAQs, return item? No? You cannot submit a request. This item... Oh my god, fuck you. There's gotta be... Oh my god, why is this so hard? Holy shit, I'm sorry, chat. I can't believe I'm getting stun locked on the silliest thing in the world. there's gotta be like, I just got like, all I need to do is send a note to just be like, hey, hold up, stop the order, stop the presses, stop everything. Because the worst thing in the world would be that if chat paid for these cat ears for me to wear on stream and they go to a address that I no longer live at in the United States. That would suck. And I don't know how to stop that from happening now. I don't know what I was thinking. Like right when I put that on there, I should have been like, yeah, change your address or something, or, you know, set up a thing where it automatically, oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Lost item. Do the lost item. Do you know this? Do you know about Throne? Okay, wait. I gotta calm down. Like, usually there is a way to click to something that will help. 20... No. I just need to click to something. Share? No. Oh my God. Why? Orders. Is it orders? Okay, orders. Actions. Get help. See, it won't let me submit and view lost item. You cannot submit a lost item request for this item. Contact the partner merchant directly. Track item? You cannot, you will automatically receive tracking. Okay. See, the thing that sucks about this is that the merchant that sells this stuff, like, they do have an email, but when I send them the email, they're not going to be like, oh, these cat ears. Are you the person who just got cat ears? They're just not, they're not going to know that, right? All right, to support at the place. Help! Exclamation point. I just got an item on my wish list fulfilled through throne.com, and I realized that my address on there is not current. Can you help me either... No, you know what? I can't do the change the address thing. I need them to... Is there any way to refund? Is there any way to refund the item at this point? Okay, that's what we'll do. That's the best I can do, and that's the most time that I want to spend on that. I am sorry, chat. I did not mean to make you go through that with me. ASMR, your package has the wrong address, and you try to troubleshoot. Wait, what? Why does it say ASMR? Try to troubleshoot the issue through online customer support, except online customer support doesn't exist. That's ASMR? Jack Black is a Zion. Well, yeah, wait, no. Kazvan, I need you to remind me. What happened? What was the... Kyle's out of feeling validated. Somebody's got to do it by the... I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Yeah, Kyle is his partner. And what did he say? I'm trying to remember what happened. I... Do lost item. Yeah, I can't do a lost item, unfortunately. It won't let... This just doesn't let me... I gotta get going though, chat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stick up on this. That was... Thank you, whoever it was that... I don't see anybody claiming this, so I guess anonymous. I saw a Megastar's name on that, but that might have been like from earlier. No worries. No, I really don't want to, chat. Like, right. The idea that, you know, people would have, you know, paid for something like, okay, so to me, it's no loss, right? Like, that thing goes to America. I never see it. I never get it. It you know, arrives and somebody throws it in the trash or whatever, or, you know, I don't know, like, right, whatever happens, right? It doesn't, it's not anything out of me. It's just that, like, people wanted to give something to me, like that's like throwing away your gift, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if you like gave me something, you know, I was having a little birthday party and you gave me something and like I don't know, I like accidentally threw it away, I'd feel really bad. Starship just went boom. Wait, what are we talking about? It was over Israel. I know it's over Israel. Yeah, that you're right. You're right about that, Idadic. I remember that too. I just don't remember. I can't remember what Kyle said, but it was not bad. No, it was not bad at all. Yeah. And Jack Black just buckled. He just folded like a freaking chair. He just folded like a chair. Okay, so quiet, tired. You got to say more. Sometimes some chatters, I wish I could say less, but for you, I need you to say more. Starship just went boom. There was a Jefferson Starship got back together and they have a hit track called Boom. I don't know. What does that mean? All right, I'm guessing you're talking about Elon stuff. Starbase Live, heat test, no more rocket. So wait, we are talking about Elon. We are talking about SpaceX shit. I thought it was SpaceX, but I still need you to say more to confirm it. Yeah, I don't think I'm enough of an Elon nerd to properly hate the dude. I mean, not that I don't hate the dude, but I just mean that, like, to properly hate the dude, you gotta know. Oh my god, chat. I have let things go. So yeah, catastrophic and kind of, but Tesla. I'm sorry, that's the question I'm asking. Tesla, question mark. But no, I mean, I guess if it wasn't, you would have said something. So. Before they parted ways, they canceled part of their tour because he made a birthday wish. That the person that grazed Trump's ears hadn't just grazed them. Oh my god. Now I remember. Okay, yeah, Jack Black does kind of suck for that. He's not worthy to ride the chicken jockey. He's not worthy of his own chicken jockey, chat. Oh my god, that is such a bummer to start off with. Like, I'm still kind of... Like, I sent a yo, what is up with the automatic reply? We got your email. That's what that says. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? When you send an email and it has an auto reply thing, that's worthless. That's worthless, okay? Like, I mean, next to worthless. I guess if you thought that maybe it was a fake email, now you know it's a real email, right? Or it's some kind of email. There's, you know, it's not an email that doesn't exist. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Saying I thought boom meant the missile strike. I was worried. Yeah, that's why I've been careful about talking about what was I saying earlier? Yeah, like a coordinated strike, because we got two notifications for wish for throne at the same time, and it was like it's coordinated, right? Because it's like there's no way that one chatter could fire off two throne donos at the same time, but there is a way that maybe two chatters, if they were like, hey, let's do this at the same time, we're in group chat, are you ready to hit the button? I'm ready to hit the button, let's hit the button. Right? That's the only way I can imagine that. So I was like, that's kind of amazing. Like, how did that even happen? And then it turns out that it's this whole thing that, like, I'm like, oh my god, of all the things to fund, I should take everything else off of the, maybe I should take everything else off of the, like, I've got the only thing else I have on there is the teleprompter, which would be a godsend, chat. It's a teleprompter. It goes over my camera. You know, if I'm streaming, it shows me the chat. So that means that when I'm talking to you, I'm looking at you, right? And that doesn't seem like much, but I think you would like it. It's kind of expensive. The other thing is that, like, yeah, like living in Thailand's weird, right? Because here's the deal. You don't want to order anything that is not from Thailand, all right? if you order within Thailand, just like Amazon, like there's a company here called Lazada that'll send it out in a couple days. If you order something that is not a product of Thailand, it will take at least 2 weeks, right? And it'll cost extra. There'll be like a weird tax that comes on it. A bizarre, you buy like a, $60 thing and there's like a $20 tax on it, right? So you just don't want to mess with that at all, right? And most things you can find a version that is going to ship from Thailand, right? And if you don't, like, then, it's just like, you're just like, okay, you're going to wait 6 months for that shit. I might send an email. I might not. Who knows? I could do anything. We'll see. Wait, is this like Trump? Are you riffing off of Trump, Mopo? When they asked him about what he was going to do in Iran? I'm just seeing if there's anything else I could do to, like... Oh no! Oh no! Order is confirmed and it's showing my old address. Fuck me. Like, they're not... Like, you would think that there'd be a thing for this, right? There'd be, like, a whole thing where it's, like a thing on the thing to be, like, for this exact issue of, like, a hold up button. Like, click the order and press hold up. Do not send that. Like, stop what you're doing. Do not send that shit, right? You would think that there would be something like that. All right, no, I've done everything that I possibly can do. I need to put the yeah, so look, we're at 6 out of 100 on the goal. We're gonna have to go fast. If you like anything that is in the bonus content stuff, like, understand that today I don't have a lot of time. Wow, I really don't have a lot of time, chat. I've got to make plans. I have got to somehow buy an airplane ticket, reserve a hotel or other kinds of accommodations in Vietnam. I've got to leave the country, for my visa, right? I've got to leave, and I was thinking spend it a few days. I just haven't had time to fucking do it. And so, like, yeah, that's why I'm super hurried. So, yeah, like, let me tell you what's important while I am remembering it, all right? Tomorrow, there is, did you ever get to the tampon? Yes, we got to the tampon. The tampon, I don't know how the Vanguard does it, right? Somebody sends, oh, yeah, that's how it is. People send them links with timestamps, right? People don't do that for me. So, I'm just all on my own for that. So that's why we get to watch the whole fucking hour. Yeah, that was a long payoff, chat. We had to watch 40 minutes, I think, or more of the, shit show of Anna Kasparian on PBD in order to get to the part where Adam Sosnick, he didn't think that he was being misogynistic enough, so he drew Anna Kasparian a tampon to tell her that she was being too emotional. Now we got boots on the ground in Vietnam again? Wrong. We got kicks on the ground. Because I am wearing kicks. I'm wearing my martial arts shoes right now. But yeah, we got to the tampon. It was just really frustrating. And we had to watch a lot of Anna Kasparian to get there, but we got there. And we got to watch Lindy Lee acting like an ass clown, as she always does. We got to see the Adam Sosnick reminding us that Vinny is not the only person. Look at that, chat. This is what I'm talking about. I do believe that my microphone is too loud now. See, it's a very thin line. And yeah, anyway, I leaned up on it anyway. But so yeah, we got to find out that. What I'm trying to tell you though is that Ethan Klein is releasing another content nuke. Content nuke part 2 is happening tomorrow. That means that I've got to get everything, and I mean everything that I'm like, everything has to be in order today. All right. So I've got precious little time. We've got some cool, I think cooler than in a long time. We've got some really cool bonus content. I don't know if we'll get it. If it's gonna have to be front loaded if it happens at all. All right. We gotta watch Tucker and Ted Cruz, and then we're gonna maybe get to some bonus content. Right now, it looks like Ethan Klein roasted by NSR. That's North Star Radio. Yes, there's a new North Star Radio video going on talking about, did you know how many times Ethan has mentioned Comrade Casey's name? It's a lot. It's a lot of times. It's many times, right? And so Comrade Casey is kind of just going over the whole story. He video essay, the whole story of like Ethan Klein's obsession with me, Comrade Casey, is what that video is about. That's what's winning right now. Second place is Trans Passport Update. We do have an update, right? Those of you who want to get your passport, but you don't want to have the passport misgender you, right? For the beginning of the Trump administration, that has been SOL. That has been, sorry, you are out of luck. You want a passport? It's going to say the wrong gender. It's going to misgender you, all right? It's going to misgender you, which means when you get to the country that you're going to and, like, I don't know, use your passport for something and they print out a receipt, it's going to say Mr. when you're a Mrs. It's going to say Mrs. when you're a Mr., right? Before with Biden, you could even put an X on it if you just, like, you want to opt out of gender on your passport, or, you want to, have a non, binary marker, you can get that. You can get an X. Really simple, right? M, F, X. Which one applies? We give you the passport, right? That's what the United States State Department should do. But instead, Marco Rubio and Donald Trump decided that under this State Department, they are enforcing gender ideology. They are enforcing gender ideology on all of us. They are forcing your gender to be what they think it is and what matches their records and what's on your birth certificate. And so that's changed for a limited time. I want to give you the advice to go ahead and get your passport updated. I would love it if that was the advice that I felt comfortable giving you. Unfortunately, it's not. I'm not sure, right? The Trump administration loves to drag its feet on things, loves to not comply with judges' orders. And, obviously, if you send in an update, you're still sending it into the Trump administration, the Trump State Department. I don't know if it's worth it. The Gender Justice League is saying, yes, it is worth it. Some trans influencers on Twitter and Blue Sky are saying, hold off, right? And then some other people are saying, don't hold off, because this is a judge's orders, right? And it might get overturned. So I don't know what advice to give you, but something has changed, apparently. The NRSR video had me cackling. I wonder if Ethan is going to think he's serious. Ethan always thinks people are serious. Iran is stuck in the dark ages. We can't allow an X on a piece of paper, defenders of Western values, right? But they'll bitch about like trans people and gay people in Iran and how they don't have rights and shit like that, and like that's a reason that you should bomb all people in Iran, right? Trans, cis, gay, straight, everybody there, just murder civilians. There is no logical or moral consistency. There's no logical or moral consistency to be had here. But yeah, what I'm telling you, chat, is that tomorrow is the Context Puke Part 2.0. Anybody else feeling like this thing is just like worthless? Like this is like, I don't know. I guess there was probably a time that I would have been interested in a part 2 of the context nuke, right? When he first introduced this idea of doing a part 2, he said it was going to focus on the orbiters. So he's going to go after Denims. He's going to go after Comrade Casey. He's going to go after Frogan. Who else does Ethan hate? Oh yeah, Vadim. Speaking of Vadim, I guess I got to promote something for Vadim. Are you ready for this, chat? We're going to promote something for Hey It's Vadim. All right. Let me show you what I'm talking about really quick. That's not it. That's something different. All right, so here we go. Vadim tweets, Ethan Klein, this message is for you. You think you can cancel on me? Think again. I challenge you this Friday. Don't be a cowardly, Klein. Just be there. And he's added AB, Olivia, it looks like, is that Dan? Yeah, Dan's Funger. Is that Dan's actual... There's no way. Is that actually Dan? Only 100. He's got less followers than I do. That's why I don't think it's like Dan from the podcast. And then the H3 podcast, of course, which still exists on Twitter. All right, let me show you really quick. Vadim made a little video trying to get Ethan to bite. We will see that if he does bite. Let's see, tomorrow's Thursday, and then Friday's the day after that. I don't know if I'll even be here on Friday, chat. I don't know. Like, I gotta... Oh, my God, chat.
Hey, it's Vadim, guys. And this message is for Ethan Klein.
God damn.
Recently, you invited me onto your show, and I accepted. But then you made up some lame excuse about having to meet last minute with some billionaire who was suing you for defamation, and you wussed out.
He wussed out, chat. He challenged Vadim to a debate, and then he did this face.
Now, I'm not all that great of a debater. In fact, during my last debate, I made this genocide-denying farthead that you praised on your show do this.
Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea. The most popular faction in the Middle East.
There's a pretty decent argument that I should just stick to scripted content. But then I've also managed to get under the skin of every single one of your sycophantic, propagandizing, human colostomy bag foot.
I mean, you're missing a few there, like Lonerbox maybe should be there.
Soldiers.
Oh, Xanderhall should be there. I always forget about Xanderhall being an Ethan Klein defender. Do you know that, chat, about Xanderhall?
So I think I can take you on. And you even said yourself.
Now, Vadim, I'll tell you this. I'm here with open palms, open mind, in honor of the friendship we once had. I would love for you to call in at any time.
Well, then, anytime it is, Ethan.
Anytime is Friday.
Specifically, this Friday!
So I gotta point something out, all right, about Vadim. This is what I love about Vadim, okay? Now, chat, some people think that if you don't speak in a super professional, super polished manner, that you just shouldn't be doing content at all. And that's actually not true. Some people think that you have to be hot. Some people think that you have to be like a Chad. Some, you know, like, right, there's all this stuff about like, you know, oh, well, you know, if you like Hassan is really popular, but he lifts weights and I don't lift weights. I could never do that. It's not true, chat. You can have as many faults as you want. You can even be a debater who says that he's not particularly good at debates, right? Vadim has got a magical power that is actually pretty rare in the realm of content creation, and that is the power of self-awareness. And self-awareness is it's OP. and it's underrated. People don't understand how that really what all of this shit is about is self-awareness. Like, right, Adam Friedland, he's a total dork, but he's a dork with self-awareness, and therefore he's a successful dork with a comedy career, right? Enough said.
Hey, it's Vadim versus Ethan Klein. Be there or be a pussy.
Or be rectangular. No, sorry. Sorry, I don't know. I was riffing off of the be there or be square. Be there or be rectangular. His editing has always been great. Yeah. That's one of Vadim's real strengths, right? Vadim could 100% sell me whatever toy advertisement he was doing a voiceover for on Saturday mornings. I'll take 10 of whatever you're selling, Vadim. Thank you. I feel a bit backhanded. Wait. What? What? Do you think I'm being backhanded to? Well, I get to be backhanded to Vadim. Vadim's my friend. You can go ahead and think that, chat. Think that's a low-key dig at like Vadim's debate skills. I also think that somebody being underestimated can be another strength, right? Oh my god, do you know I Am Rectangular, the meme song they were obsessed with on... I only know about it from H3. I'll be honest, all right? I only know about I Feel Rectangular. I only know about that from H3. I don't know anything about it, anything else about it, right? But yeah, that's what's going on possibly on Friday. We'll see. Ethan is releasing his context puke tomorrow, and we'll talk about, I think, the video on Friday, try to promote it, try to get interest. I just don't think, chat, and I got to get some feedback from you. If you're not too sleepy for me to even be on stream, and I shouldn't maybe just hit stop streaming and just like stream this on a day where people aren't tired. No, I got to get the word out. I got to get the word out about this, right, chat? So, but I need to know, like, what do you think? Do you think that Ethan missed the boat on his context puke? Do you think that anyone is going to be interested in what Ethan talking more shit about Hassan and or Denims and or Comrade Casey and or the person that says and or like, wait, what? Who else, chat? Who else do we have that is on Ethan's hate list? Auntie Donna, don't be such a... Wait. Oh my god, chat, I'm too hot. I'm trying to cool off with this cold drink here. This was back when Ethan did Goose. Yeah, chat, you're fucking asleep. You're making me want to hit that stop streaming button. I don't know. Is anybody awake out there? Is everybody okay? I don't want to do a stream for like... I mean, it's not... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. If I could ask you today to like the stream and to consider boosting my post on Blue Sky, right? Oh yeah, it's not doing shit as far as numbers, chat. I don't know about today. You're up. You're just a lurker. Nice. Blue eyes, brown eye, black dragon. I'm sorry. I was trying to call you brown eye, blue dragon. Okay, no, it's brown eye, black dragon. Always awake. Yeah, but like, what do people think? What do people think about this? What do people think about the context puke is happening tomorrow? Is well, be careful then, Mopo. Don't even type if you're just shaving with a straight razor. I got some straight razors accidentally, right? When I first got to Thailand and I was trying to order stuff that like I really needed, and my legs were hairy, so I needed to order a razor. And I'm like using this app that like, it's like a Thai, I was ordering off of a Thai site, so it's all in Thai. And so I'm using this program that just takes whatever's written and turns it into English, right? And I'm looking through stuff and I see, razor. That's what I need. I need a razor. Yeah, let me order that. But it just didn't show a very big picture of it or anything, right? So it's just a bag of razors. Yeah, that's what, give me a bag of razors, please, right? And instead I end up getting a razor that is like a straight razor, right? It wasn't one of those that, like, you know, it wasn't like the straight razor by itself, right? And it wasn't one of those that, like, you know, kind of flips out, you know, the metal ones, the like really fancy like barber's razors that flip out and you shave with them, or I guess that's what you do.
Will super chatted $5. Still awake, zany face.
Still awake, zany face, and you're getting us closer to that butterfly goal, as well as the bonus content goal. Thank you, Will, for the super chat. Let's see, just, oh wait, I still need to, thank you also for reminding me that I need to fix this and fix that. And then I will be able to put super chats on the screen. But yeah, we got a lot going on. I don't see any excitement in the chat. Oh my God, what? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it works. It works. Still awake. Still awake. Well, thank you for the super chat, Will. Thank you for getting to us to 11 out of 10. If this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll stick around to do some bonus content. What bonus content do we have? Well, let's take a look here. Let's see what we got. I have entirely too many scenes, and most of these I don't even use. There we go. So we have options, all right, as far as bonus content. I'm going to cover as much as I can stand of Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson, all right? Because that is supposed to be a pretty good, that's a pretty good thing. That's a pretty good show. It is a pretty good dressing down of Ted Cruz, and it's wonderful to have MAGA fighting each other. That's great. So we're going to watch that. You know, for a while, no, that's weird. What? Time ended? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry, chat. That's very frustrating. Let's try this again. See, I did it too quickly. I just wasn't even thinking. You gotta just click 3 hours. I wish it would default to 3 hours. But I was just like wondering, because yeah, Will just did a super chat, and I'm thinking, super chat, cool. That gets us 1/10 of the way that we need to do a butterfly in my hair. But it turns out that the butterfly goal I set for 30 minutes, and the 30 minutes had already expired. Right? And we gotta go quick today, so it does not bode well, right? If we want to have any sort of bonus content at all, it's going to have to happen quick, because as soon as I'm done with this shit, I'm out of here, right? If this thing is 99, too bad, so sad, right? It's not happening. So just know that that's going on. Know that we got some cool things on here. Like I said, what is winning? It is Ethan Klein roasted by NSR, National Socialist Radio. No, what the fuck? Roasted by North Star Radio. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Let's make this pop out again, and then I am just having a bad day, chat. I don't have time. I probably shouldn't be streaming at all today. I wanted to stream to you because this Ted Cruz thing is actually really interesting. It's really fun. But, you know, if people don't think that it's fun and people don't show up for the stream, then, you know, there will be no streams, and there will be less streams in general. I don't know. I do have like the worst of luck when it comes to talking about anything political, and it just makes me very, you know, I mean, this is a political stream. We also talk about some drama when it's involved with politics, but, you know, it's, what am I trying to do? This. I'm trying to do this right here. Boom. There it goes. But yeah, we are 11 out of 100 as far as that goes. We're 0 out of 10, even though somebody just did a super chat, and that's supposed to give you the, it's supposed to give you the butterfly, but I didn't set it up right. I got too ahead of myself, and I set it for 30 minutes. The 30 minutes expired. Then you did the, it's so stupid, chat. It's just so stupid. Everything is just so stupid. But we gotta get going nonetheless, right? This number, it goes forward. Let me remind you, in case anybody forgot, it goes forward when you do a super chat, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, which I would highly recommend, because the more memberships that people gift, the more weasels that are in chat. You can see some people posting weasels on Twitch. You can see some people posting weasels on YouTube. How do you get those? You get those from becoming a member. Although most of the time, most of you are never going to become a member. So the real way that you get them is by being gifted a membership, right? So it's through the generosity of other people that happens. You can, like that's what makes more weasels, right? If you support me on Throne, which somebody did earlier, and it caused a fucking crash out when I realized that I don't have the right address on that thing. And then it, what I'm really trying to fund is not so much the cat ears, although it would be nice to have those. I left my cat ears in Seattle, and I actually threw them in the trash. I threw everything. I threw my life in the trash, chat, to move out here because the Trump administration's going fucking sicko mode on everybody, and I didn't want to fucking stick around with it. I've read history books. I know what fucking happened. I know that at some point you can't get out of Nazi Germany, right? By the time you realize it's Nazi Germany, you can't get the fuck out of there, right? So I got out of there. I threw my entire life into a dumpster and brought everything that I could, which was mostly like, my recording equipment and everything. And yeah, so like we were going to replace the cat ears, and I was just like, oh yeah, let me just put cat ears on there, right? Not even thinking of the fact that like, yeah, they're going to your old address, they're going to the dumpster, right? Your people are nice enough to try to buy me new cat ears, and they are literally being mailed to the dumpster as we speak, if I can't find a way to fix that. So I'm a little bit out of sorts about that. Anyway, like chat. So yeah, if you, the things that make this go up again, if you do a super chat, if you get a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on Throne, and that's the part that's making me cry because somebody just did, and bad ending. All right, bad ending. But anyway, if you support me for the Thai Visa Fund, that will get to me. That there is no problem getting money to me. There is a massive problem at the moment getting items to me. And honestly, if this thing doesn't work with Lazada, I'm just gonna have to fund it through money and then buy that, myself, buy whatever item it is myself or something like that. Right. I guess going forward, if you sign up for Patreon, which I really appreciate people doing that, more of the money goes to me that way. And it is off platform, meaning that, YouTube can't just take that away. Like YouTube can take everything away from me if they want to, or if they get a wild hair up their ass. Right. People get demonetized. President Sunday got demonetized, from what I can tell, for nothing. I don't think Sunday actually did anything worth demonetization, and yet he got demonetized anyway. Same thing with Twitch. They banned people for fucking hummus, for saying Sabra hummus is garbage. Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. I mean, it's really, really delicious. It's the best hummus around. Just kidding. No, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It's precarious, right? So if you want to help me survive that precarious world, should worse come to worse, you can support me over on Patreon, and I appreciate that greatly. Also, I appreciate support on Twitch, which gets you, like I said earlier, if you want to get the weasels on YouTube, you get yourself a membership on YouTube. If you want to get the jellyfish and the weasels and the everything that's all animated, everything is computer over on Twitch. If you want to get all that stuff, then support me on Twitch. Get yourself a sub. Gift subs to people if you want to. That is how we get jellyfish, right? Generally. Or support me through using a Twitch Prime sub for no cost to you, right? If you have Prime, you can just sub to me on Twitch. You get the emotes. It costs you nothing, and it puts a little bit of money in my pocket, which I greatly appreciate, especially since we got demonetized. Everyone that is a content creator of the political variety on Twitch got demonetized. Thank to Ethan, Klein, Destiny, and Dan Saltman. That's good job, guys. You didn't get Hassan banned, but you fucked everyone else over. And at some point, chat, at some point, those chickens are coming home to roost, all right? I have still not forgiven those fuckers for that. And we do need to make more Twitch creators aware. Hey, did you used to get ad revenue and you don't get it anymore? You know why? Here's Dan Saltman. Here's this fucker right here, right? He's the reason. He's the reason. He took money out of your fucking pocket because he's so fucking vile and vengeful, right? This fucking loser, this fucking 60-year-old adolescent dork. I shouldn't even call him a dork. That's like that's a compliment to Dan Saltman. He took your money away, right? I don't know. I hate that, like, that nobody recognizes, like, on Twitch, they're just like, oh, we don't get ad revenue anymore. Wonder what happened with that, right? Nobody recognizes who actually did it. If they recognize a streamer at all, then maybe they blame Hassan for it, right? They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, Hassan got us in trouble. No, Hassan didn't get shit in trouble, right? Dan Saltman, Destiny, Ethan Klein did that to you. You should hate their guts. You should never forgive them, all right? Anyway, chat, rant over. Let me thank my Patreons. Yeah, so, like I said, I really appreciate my Patreons. Everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Speaking of which, let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Awesome. We got the Patreons thanked. We got the bonus content explained. Let's take a look at what's winning. Yeah, it's Ethan Klein, roasted by NSR, in first place, with Adam Friedland on Stavy's World. That's Adam Friedland of Cumtown, Stavros Halkios of Cumtown, before they broke up. Now they're back together. It's a reunion, chat. All we need now is Nick Mullen to get involved, right? So that's in second place. Third place is Ezra Klein's DashCon. That's right. Abundance had a Lollapalooza, had a Woodstock 98, 99. What is the Woodstock thing, chat? What year was that? The fail Woodstock where everything was poop. You know what I'm talking about? The poopy Woodstock. What was that one? Where the porta potties leaked and it got muddy and the poop leaked mixed with the mud and people were splashing around in the mud being like, I'm at Woodstock. And it's like, you are swimming in shit, sir. You are covered in shit. You are covered from head to toe with shit. What do you have to say for yourself? Ethan is over the line and irredeemable. Well, I mean, I won't argue with that. But anyway, this is the DashCon thing. Ezra Klein's DashCon is the Abundance-a-Palooza, and it's just a cringe con for just the worst kinds of nerds imaginable, like policy nerds that don't even know policy. Policy nerds that want to for LARP that they know policy, right? That's what's going on, right? With the Ezra Klein's DashCon. And then now in last place is the trans passports update, right? Which, you know, Mike Figueredo has got a video talking about that. Mike is just as kind of at a crossroads as I am as far as what to tell you about what to do if you want to get your passport updated, if you're, you know, if it doesn't reflect your gender because of the Trump administration, there may be a way to get that fixed now, but we're not sure yet. We're not sure yet, right? So that's what's going on. Again, we pick the content, the bonus content that we do when we do bonus content, right? Again, it has to get to 100 for us to do any bonus content at all. Otherwise, I just end the stream when I end the stream. We got 54 votes so far, and you can vote for the bonus content that you want. Like I said, the things that make this go forward are the same things that give you the ability to affect the poll. So that, what do I mean? I mean, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage. I'll turn it into a percentage. I'll add that percentage to one of these topics, right? The topic that you tell me, and it'll make the score for your thing be higher, right? So it'll make it more likely that you will get the content that you want. And that's something that you can do whenever you donate, whether you donate through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you give the gift of weasels so more people will have weasels in the chat, if you support me on Throne, which I would highly suggest doing only through the Thai Visa fund at this point, given our issues getting cat ears sent out to me. Or if you support me on Twitch, whether it's through subbing yourself, getting other people, gifting other people subs, or using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a sub for free and get the jellyfish, right? This is how we get jellyfish. This is how we get weasels. This is how we get bonus content when we get bonus content, right? And get the bonus content you want. Make sure that when you donate that you let me know in the chat which of these topics you support, and I will put your money where your mouth is. That being said, chat, we've got to speed run this stream. All right, we got Tucker, we got Ted Cruz, we got nobody wants to watch Irene do politics. And again, chat, I really appreciate those of you who are liking the stream. All right, on a day that we're struggling to get YouTube to even acknowledge to my own subs that I am streaming. It really helps when you like the stream, and it helps even more when you go over to Blue Sky. And this is the pinned chat that I've got on Twitch and on YouTube, right? If you click that link to Blue Sky, that's the blast off link. If you have Blue Sky, if you can give me a like, if you can give me a retweet, or if you can even, I don't know, comment on the post, right? That helps a lot. That helps a lot, right? And especially on a day like today, we almost have to train the algorithm that, yes, this is content
Thank you very much.
that people want to see. If it is indeed content that people want to see, and if it's not, I should just hit end stream right now. So anyway, there's Tucker Carlson. He's interviewing Ted Cruz. Let's see what this is about. Let's see if we can hit 100. We're at 11 right now. Thank you to everybody who has hit like. Thank you to everybody who's boosted the Blue Sky post. You are the real ones. You are the real ones. What happened to Ted Cruz? We're about to watch. We're watch and find out. Watch and find out.
Much for spending the time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us? Or
Okay, so chat, I am going to explain right now a very simple concept that I feel like a lot of people in the United States understood back in Vietnam. If there is an opposition to a regime, the rulership of a country that is unfriendly and unhelpful to you, a regime that you don't want to be in power, right? A regime that is contrary to your interests, right? The worst thing in the world that you can do is be like, these are our guys, right? These are our guys. We want to control this country, Vietnam, let's say, and these are the guys that'll do it for. These are the guys that'll make the choices that we want. That's the kiss of death right there, all right? And contrary to that, if you as the United States attack the regime, right? An unpopular regime like Iran's regime, not like people say like 80%. I don't know how they get those polls, right? But it is pretty clear that the regime is pretty heavily disliked, right? The Iranian regime is pretty heavily disliked, but you attacking that regime actually makes them more popular. If they can say we are standing up to the bullies, Israel and the United States, who the country likes even less than they like the regime, that gives them legitimacy. So doing this kind of military intervention at most yields you a temporary puppet government, like what we had in Afghanistan. But as soon as you withdraw the troops, that puppet government crashes. Look at what happened in Vietnam. Look at what happened in Afghanistan, all right? People don't like to be ruled by puppets. People don't like Thailand, right? Which has been fairly amenable to, a lot of countries, including the United States, has worked with the United States. Also, did not want to become a United States puppet and feared that. And a lot of their foreign policy decisions are made, not wanting to be China's puppet, not wanting to be Russia's puppet, wanting to be the United States puppet, wanting to have their own self-determination. Every country wants self-determination, right? And when you interfere with other countries as the global hegemon, right, you're going to make the whatever faction you preference is going to become less popular. Whatever faction you hate you're attacking is going to become more popular, right?
To have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us. And
definitely the latter's better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power and I want our friends in power.
Listen to this American entitlement, right? We should have the government that we like in place in Venezuela. We're the shining city on the hill. We believe in democracy. We believe in freedom, but not for you. Not for you, Venezuela. You want a Bolivarian revolution? That would hurt our business interests. Fuck that, right?
Could not agree more. The question is how do you get there?
Of course.
We've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there. As you know.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
Yeah, we have. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all
not,
kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of your ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree.
But you agree violently?
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. My shit is fucking busted, chat. Oh my god. Fuck me.
In the whole country.
I'm sorry. My stream deck is just that's not good. I don't know what's going on with it actually. Ooh. Oh, did I just run an ad? Okay, maybe not. I don't know what happened, chat. The stream deck is not happy right now. Anyway, I was trying to say something there. Let me rolling back here.
Written for in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and
Yeah, I couldn't tell what he was saying. He said like we violently agree on some things. He's starting off with talking about we agree on 80% of the stuff. And then he says we like violently agree on, I don't know, hating trans people probably. That's my best guess, right? But I couldn't tell if it was a misspeak and he meant we violently disagree or if he meant
best voices.
Oh
in the
no.
whole country
Oh
on securing the
no.
border.
That's not what I pressed. That's not even close to what I pressed. What the fuck? Oh my god, Chad, everything's broken today. Everything's fucked.
Absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, it was.
That's not how what that's supposed to do. Know what to do, chat. My buttons don't work.
You were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign.
I gotta say, it's really funny to hear Republicans talk about the First Amendment. You could see how fucking serious they were about that, right? They bitched and moaned about shit that had nothing to do with the First Amendment. The First Amendment means that the government can't shut you up if you're saying something, all right? The First Amendment doesn't mean that you get to come into my house and, like, get up on a soapbox and make a speech. That's still my house. And if I don't want you making a speech in there, I'm going to throw you and your soapbox the fuck out of there, right? And the same thing is true about any sort of private property, right? You know, we've conflated personal property and private property in this in this society. If you don't know the difference is that personal property is stuff that you need, that you are using. Private property is stuff that you don't need, that you have too much of, and that you are leveraging to have more power in society, i.e. the means of production, right? But we completely confuse those things. So things that are means of production, like a website that will mint money for you, right? We treat that as if it's somebody's living room. So according to the law of the United States, because of what is allowed to be private property, Twitter or Facebook or any website does not have to host your tweet if they do not want to. If it is bad for their sponsors, if it is bad for their advertisers, or if it is creating a hostile environment that they think is bad for their business, then they will not do that. That's not free speech. That's you violating the terms of services which you signed when you signed up, when you made an account on that website, right? But to these guys, that's like the greatest, like oh my God, I got shut down for calling somebody a slur on Facebook. What the fuck? No free speech, right? But at the same time, deporting somebody for saying free Palestine, that's not free speech at all. That's fighting terrorism, because he was doing terrorism with his mouth. And this other woman, she was doing terrorism with her editorials. She was offering material support. Material support. What does material mean? Right, chat? This is material. I can drink it. This is material. I can put it in my hair, but I only will, chat, if we get somehow 9 more super chats. Right? These are material things, right? What's not material is the thoughts that I write into an editorial. That's not material. Those are thoughts. Those are words. Those are the opposite of material. But these shitheads are able to just ship a thesis like anything into meaning anything. So somehow an editorial becomes material support for terrorism, and actual stochastic terrorism against vulnerable people in this society becomes freedom of speech on a private platform, on a platform that's got a terms of service that at least, you know, at some point said, hey, you know, maybe don't use the slurs.
policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
You have no theory.
For a long time, people have perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth. Yeah. I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands...
A non-interventionist hawk? Is that what he just said?
The way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
I always thought they were hollering...
Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
I always thought they were hollering about the First Amendment 24/7 because computer code is a language of sorts, and they were messing with peeps via 4chan trying to evade culpability? Not sure I understand.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news the U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued by
Trump
today.
The question is, are we watching that now?
So I think we are. And from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it.
Look, International Norm is the new cartoon on X.com made by AI where New Norm from the New Norm goes, you know, becomes a passport, bro. That's International Norm, right? And they give him a beer and they're like, why is the beer gotta be gay? Why do we have to have gay beer? I remember when we had straight beer. They're like, this is Europe, Norm. Sorry.
Vocal.
Beer is gay.
And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine, but we agreed with that position for different reasons.
International Norm equals white, yeah.
What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I posed it. I think Iran is very good.
Yeah, he's neither...
Can I ask what you think of how Syria wound up?
He's neither... Wait, does this work now? Nope, it doesn't. All right, that did something. Oh my God, chat. My Stream Deck is wigging out. Somebody got timed out by the streaming software. I'm thinking you said 2 genders, right? And yeah, we tried to help the mods out in vertical chat, which has a lot of chuds that are just always coming in, by just like figuring out what do the chuds say, like what do they like to say, like what do they come in and when they come in hot, like, right? Or what do the bots say, right? One of the things was 2 genders, right? So yeah, I guess it's not a smart moderation where it figures out that you're talking about 2 genders within a sentence rather than proclaiming loudly 2 genders and 2 genders only. 2 genders.
Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that...
Oh, yeah. He's not a hawk or a dove. He's like a Wolverine. Yeah, he's neither hawk nor dove. He is a chicken jockey.
Win or no?
We get the store.
Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseen the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah.
When Netanyahu... Well, you see...
Ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad.
This is the Joker and the Penguin.
Ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey, our NATO ally Turkey, played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also opposed the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. and you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan.
Oh, that's
in front of the
Ted Cruz's
and up top
office
are the words "Tear down this wall" in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of
$9.99. It's funny to root for Tucker Carlson, lol. Vox and butterflies, butterfly.
Vox and butterfly, indeed. Thank you. Sorry, Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, okay, I mean, I know you're not serious, but to anybody out there that's tempted, don't think that Red Rover, let Tucker come over. Don't think that we're going to make a coalition with the populist right and the anti-war left, right? I know you're kidding though, Omega Star. I'm just telling that to anybody that needs to hear this, all right? Tucker Carlson is a absolute grifter. This guy hated Trump and did his dirty work anyway. This guy is on record, and we know this because of the Dominion lawsuits, right? His text messages were requisitioned or were subpoenaed, right? And so we saw the what he was actually saying about Trump behind the scenes. He couldn't wait for Trump to go. He couldn't wait for Trump to become irrelevant, right? Even I think before, the inauguration of Joe Biden, right? We were in a place where, Tucker was anti-Trump, right? And yet in order to stay on that fucking gravy train, he still pretends like he's on that side of things, right? He's a neocon. That's the fucking irony of this all. That is actually kind of weird, right? Tucker was fine with the powers that be in the Republican Party before Trump. And like, I get the feeling that, yeah, he's like, chat, this guy's secretly a never Trumper. He is faking because he feels like this is where the motion is. He's been frozen out of Fox. He's been frozen out of a lot of places. He went to X, and, you know, people were willing to like let him go. People in the Republican establishment did not want Tucker to have that much power, right? They do not regard him as such an asset that they're going to come over and help him out, right? So that is, no coalition with us. That's not what Omega was saying, and that's not what anybody in this chat is saying. I'm just saying that for anybody that needs to hear this, right? This is not like oh, we can get him on our side or something like that. It's not like that. It is that let them fight. Let them fight is the mood of the day. The mood of the day here. So,
Marine,
if I can get my tech to work, there we go.
Fight against regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done that in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Pause?
And all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as
funny enough, that's something they said at Welcome Pack at the Ezra Klein DashCon.
Sort of a Philistine.
They asked, like, how do we win against Republicans? Well, winning, it's actually similar also to what Bibi said when he was trying to get the United States excited about wars of aggression against the so-called axis of evil in the war on terror, right? He was like, yeah, you win in Afghanistan. It's very, very hard. You win in Afghanistan, but then you go into Iraq, and Iraq is easier because you already won in Afghanistan. And then after you've won in Afghanistan and Iraq, then just like Iran, that's even easier. It's clearly, his agenda, like, take out my enemies for me. And, don't worry, like the how do you win? By winning, right? It's just such a fucking brain dead thing to say.
And simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking. Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But I mean, just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy. I wonder why after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder two things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like,
I got this.
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country.
Okay, yeah, we did pause it. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties. I can answer that. Why is things not better? We had a Cold War. Let me try to figure this out. All right, let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back. Let's start off in World War II. All right. So you got a Great Depression. You've got a president named Herbert Hoover, who is like, you know what the solution for the Great Depression is? Lower taxes and cut services. And he's like killing people with these policies. People get sick of this shit. They get sick of seeing towns. There was towns of homeless people. They were called Hoovervilles. And we get the great Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? And, America then goes to war with Germany, allies with the Soviet Union, bashes the Nazis over the fucking head, ends them, and then FDR dies. And we get Truman. Now, Truman, look, FDR is a little bit of a class traitor. He was willing to do some stuff like the New Deal, which is not in the interest of the business class, of the capital class, but is very much in the interest of the American people. He doesn't do this because he hates capitalism and he wants to end capitalism. He does this to save capitalism because he's got socialists and communists nipping at his heels, right? One of them does so well in an election, he has to name the guy vice president, right? And then the business interest in the United States do a plot to try to coup Roosevelt before World War II even starts. But anyway, we go through World War II. That's over. FDR's dead. Truman is replacing him, and Truman is a capitalist, right? So we start a Cold War with the Soviet Union. And during that Cold War, I want you to notice, all right, in addition to the New Deal, which, creates Social Security, creates, a lot of the services that sort of make capitalism work, that are, like social democratic policies, right, that sort of sand the rough edges off of capitalism so it's not hurting people as bad. We enact Keynesian economic policy, high taxes on the rich. Some would say confiscatory. That means like not we're going to take all your money if you're rich, but if you are making over a certain amount of money, past like an absurd level, the tax rate's going to go to like 90%, right? So we're putting a hard control in like how rich you can get or how fast you can get rich. Doesn't mean that they're not getting richer. They are. But there's stuff in place to slow that down, right? And there are social services for people. And in general, like the American worker, when the amount the American worker is producing for their boss goes up, so does their pay rate, right? You got unions, you got things were kind of going right. And that's happening during the Cold War. All right. You've got the United States improving its civil rights, passing civil rights legislation, passing voter rights legislation. What we in total refer to as progress is what's going on. We've got progress going on during that time, right? The United States is in a competition, is in a PR war with the Soviet Union. And a great place for the Soviet Union to criticize the United States is how are black people treated in the United States? Not great. Okay, we take away that criticism by passing civil rights, by passing the Voter Rights Act, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The United States, in Tucker's mind, from what he's saying, was decent under the during the Cold War. Then we won the Cold War, and you'd think, well, it's going to get even better now, right? We can take that peace dividend, we can turn those swords into plowshares, and we can all live really well. And that's not what happens. The opposite happens, right? People used to get paid more when their bosses did better, when their companies made more money. Now you get paid the same. You're doing your job and the guy that they laid off's job, and you're getting paid the same rate. And like that can work for a while, but at some point, right, as stuff starts to cost more and more and more, as real estate and housing becomes an investment, becomes a commodity, and the prices of the rent goes up and up and up and up. This much money just isn't cutting it anymore. So yeah, shit gets miserable. You know why it gets miserable? Let me use some capitalist concepts for you. You know about competition, right? If I make Cheerios and there's no competition for me, it's Irene's Cheerios or no Cheerios, right? So everybody that wants Cheerios comes to me. I charge $10 for a box of Cheerios, right? It's a small box of Cheerios. The Cheerios are hard and they break your teeth. They're not very good. They're not very healthy for you. I put a lot of sugar in the Cheerios, right? You got no choice. You're going to buy my Cheerios, all right? But if we got competition and you can have Cheerios and you can have Cheerios and you can have Cheerios, then somebody's going to come up with a good box of Cheerios for a low price, and people are going to buy that instead. And I'm going to say, uh-oh, I better not be so stingy with my Cheerios boxes. Here's more Cheerios for you. I better make the Cheerios taste better. Here's a new recipe for you. I better lower the cost. $10 is too much for a box of Cheerios. Here you go. $3.50 for a box of Cheerios, all right? That's competition, right? And you capitalists apply the fuck out of that like you think the market is magic and it'll save everything, right? But you don't apply it to systems of distribution. You don't apply it to modes of production, and you don't recognize that while the United States capitalism had a competition with Soviet communism for which is the best mode of production, we were getting treated better because there was competition, because there was pressure. And when that pressure gets lifted, right, when that competition dies out, then the United States is serving up shit sandwiches to you, and you are eating them because you have no choice. There is no alternative. Those are the words of Margaret Thatcher, the British Ronald Reagan, right? Why capitalism? Because there's no alternative. There just isn't. There's nothing else you can do. There's no choice. You're gonna eat this shit sandwich, and you're gonna like it. No wonder we're eating shit sandwiches. That's right, Jimmy B. That was Smedley Butler that stopped the business plot against FDR. Anyway, sorry, Chad. I had to pop in there to shed some light on this darkness, this dark conversation between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. But yeah, do you wonder why things didn't get better after we won the Cold War? Because there's no fucking competition. Because the business class can treat you however the fuck you want. And let's be real, chat. This guy is rich as fuck. He is the heir to the fortune. You ever had Swanson's frozen dinners, right? That's a big company. They sell a lot of frozen dinners, like, right? You know, they're like, right? That's a huge company, and he's the heir to that fortune. I think he married into actually the Swanson family, right? So I mean that's what we're dealing with Tucker Carlson. He's not feeling the pain. He's been a rich Fox News broadcaster for this whole time, and now he is a wealthy, content creator. I guess is that what you want to call him, right? So he's not actually feeling the pain. He's faking it. He's trying to relate to you. He's like, hello, fellow kids, right? And we can tell by the fact that you're holding the skateboard, sir, by the trucks, that you are not a fellow kid, right? And we can tell by everything, by your fucking house, that you are not one of the common people, even though you want to fake it.
Country, walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah, good luck. So most people, when they think about this, want to carry a firearm. And
oh my God.
The problem is there can be massive consequences for that. Ask Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse got off in the end, but he was innocent from the first moment. It was
much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton.
I'm tempted to watch the commercials, but no.
who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama
He didn't, though. Bill Clinton didn't. Bill Clinton did welfare reform. The only thing that he slightly moved us to the left on, I think, is maybe taxes, right? And that is important, and that is something that has not happened since, right? You wonder about the U.S. trade deficit and where that came from. It came from Reagan. You're standing right in front of Ronald Reagan there, right? That's who invented did I say trade deficit? I meant the national deficit, the national debt, right? That was an effect of spending crazy amounts of money on the military to go after the Soviet Union, right? That's where it fucking came from. That and cutting taxes. And cutting taxes saying, we're doing this to help the economy. Chat, this experiment has been tried ad nauseum. Cutting taxes has never helped the economy. Trickle-down economics has never worked. Every time the rich people get to keep more of their money, they do not, in fact, create more jobs with it. They buy more yachts with it. They buy more stock with it, right? They use it for leverage. They don't use it to help out the, society. There is no social contract under capitalism. The social contract is fuck you. Get back to work.
Accelerated it a lot. So there are lots of
I agree.
bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. The loss of faith,
I agree with
the loss
all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
Okay, now that's a great sentiment. I wish that Tucker meant that. I wish that Tucker Carlson was on board for Housing First, right? Housing First is a policy where you stop worrying about is the person addicted to drugs? Can we drug test them? Can we make sure that can we control the fuck out of their life and then give them housing? You just give people housing, because you got to recognize, even if somebody's life is wrecked, even if they're addicted to fucking drugs, right? Even if they've got mental health issues, all of those issues are going to be better if they are housed than if they are out on the street, right? A lot of countries have tried this. Finland has been very successful with it. I wish that's what Tucker was saying, right? That let's stop spending on military and let's start spending putting homeless people in homes. That's not what he means, though. That's not what he believes in. That's not what he's saying, all right? America First, simply put, means we are going to attack Americans first. We are going to take our military, and we've seen this, chat, over the last few weeks. We're going to take our military and we're going to station it in cities to make sure that our Gestapo can deport people without due process, all right? That's America First. We're going to attack Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, New York City, Boston, and on down the line. We're going to attack every blue city, right? We're going to take away their self-determination. We're going to overrule their elected officials, and we're going to undermine their control. That's what America First means, right? It means rather than going and attacking Iraq and attacking Afghanistan, we're going to attack America first. That's what Trump was talking about when he said the enemy within. It's really fucking clear right now, chat. The enemy within is us. The only reason, the only inclination towards isolationism in the MAGA coalition is isolationism so they can clamp down their iron grip on a dictatorship. That's what America First means, simply put. Just in case there's any confusion out there. I see people in Shorts chat are like, where are the chuds? Where are the chuds? Don't worry, the chuds will be there, all right? I said they gotta be subbed to it for a certain amount of time, but some of them will. Some of them will sub, and they will wait for that long just so they can say, two genders or something inane like that, right? That's...
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize
it's the most powerful force for creating poverty, for creating an underclass that feels like they have to go to work and do that shitty job and get no benefits and constantly get more work as they're laying people off and giving you their job. That's what American capitalism is. It's not a fucking engine. Like, if you've lived in America, you understand this, right? Your boss's profits, your company's profits are going up, right? Is your pay going up? No. Is your cost of rent going down? No. Are eggs cheaper? No. Is anything better? That's what Trump promised. And he hasn't fucking delivered because he didn't give a good goddamn. It was a campaign slogan for him, right? That's all it fucking was. He's got no interest in that, chat. He will let you fucking starve to death in the streets. He will let you die in the streets. Hell, he'll probably throw you in a fucking camp if you're homeless, right? And there's going to be more homeless people under these fucking policies. The tariffs make things more expensive, not less expensive. The taxes that he's doing, he's cutting taxes on the wealthy, raising effectively the tax rate on the poor, and making America more unlivable. Like, I think we can call these assholes on their bluff at this point. I think it's bloody clear that they were not serious about helping the American people. And sadly, chat, it feels like no party is, right? Kamala Harris for a hot second was talking about price gouging. Your prices were gouged during COVID, right? There was some inflation going on during COVID that made some prices higher. But then after COVID was over, when inflation came down, these companies realized, hey, we don't have to lower the prices back down. These people will pay those prices. We're going to charge them those prices. They were gouging you. They were taking advantage of a fucked up situation where you're already fucked over. And you don't know the difference between, like, are the prices high because of Biden or the prices high because of capitalism, right? And they just jack up the fucking prices on you, right? And yeah, like, for a hot second, chat, Kamala was thinking about, okay, my thing's going to be fighting price gouging. Her people talked to her and they said, Kamala, sweetie, this is not how we do things in the good old US of A, all right? You fighting price gouging, that you call it price gouging, I call it profits, and I want to keep my profits, so you shut the fuck up. And that's what Kamala did. Like a good little puppet. That's what Kamala did. All right? And that's why she lost.
It is a dangerous world. And part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started.
But can I ask, you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here.
Well, I don't know about Washington, D.C., but nationwide, I mean, I guess we got to look at some crime statistics if you want to. Nationwide, if you look at crime statistics, what you'll find is that crime is almost universally on a decline. Crime is going down, right? And if you want to say, well, Irene, that's not realistic. You're talking about a nationwide average, right? They're talking about in the big cities. Okay. In the big cities, chat, the crime rate is actually lower than in some of the small cities, in some of the red cities, right? The highest crime rates in the nation are in small towns in red states. All right? But overall, the crime is at historic lows, right? There was a time right after the lockdown where crime went up. There was a spike in crime. That spike, came right back down, and we're right back to where we were at like near record lows. But these assholes need you to be afraid. They want you to see homeless people and think crime. They want you to see immigrants and think crime, even though when we look at the crime statistics, right, undocumented people are about the least likely people out there to actually commit a crime, right? They commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens do. And it makes sense, right? If you're in the country and your paperwork is not in order, you don't want to give, ICE a chance, or you don't want to, be touching the criminal justice system, because there's a chance then that you will get deported, right? It makes sense why people that are undocumented actually don't commit crimes. What they do, chat, is they work very hard and oftentimes send money home. Trump is, in the big, beautiful bill, trying to tax that money is called remittance, right, chat? When somebody comes from, a different country, people in their country are struggling, they come to America, they work a very difficult job in, say, a slaughterhouse or in agriculture, and they whatever money they can save, they send home to help people in their country, oftentimes a country that the United States helped destabilize, right? And Trump even wants to tax that shit. It's hard all around. It's hard on all of us. And we got to start seeing our way to some solidarity, that your enemy is not the migrant worker. Your enemy is not the homeless person. Your enemy is not the trans person, right? Trans people are not making your egg prices higher. Capitalists are. And we need politicians who will actually stand up against those capitalists. And unfortunately, you're not seeing them on the right and you're not seeing them on the left. You're seeing a lot of fakers, right? Tucker Carlson just acted like he wanted to, cut the...
But now there are freaking...
He just gestured as if he wanted to cut the military budget and do something about homelessness. But chat, I swear to God, the only thing that Tucker Carlson will do about homelessness is put the fucking homeless in camps, or try to deport them, or treat them like... absolute garbage, eugenics, right? That's his fucking policy solution for homelessness. He's not going to do stuff for homeless people.
I don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. Okay. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor who runs it.
You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it. But it is.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Do you hear what they're saying? They're talking about Washington, D.C., right? Is D.C. a majority city? I know at various times it's been called Chocolate City because of, there's a large black population in D.C. In general, this whole move of strip away self-determination from the people of Washington, D.C. is just anti-blackness. That is what has motivated this idea that they're talking about right now of the Congress taking control of Washington, D.C. Everywhere else in the country, you get to elect a mayor, you get to elect a city council, the people of the city get to run their own city. But no, these jackasses are, they don't like the idea of black people running a city where they live.
It's a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, how can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix.
Again, just understand what Trucker is selling you is a grift. Like, I would love to tell you that there are principled people on the right that are taking a stand against military intervention, and it's just not true. Tucker's been all over the map, right? He when you see him on a show on Fox News, when he was on, he would glaze up Donald Trump, right? Meanwhile, behind the scenes, he couldn't wait to get rid of Donald Trump, right? Nothing that Tucker says should be taken seriously. Like, right? I swear to God, this guy is a mega fucking grifter. He's on all sides of the issue. That being said, what you're going to hear him say about Iran and Israel at times does sound, pretty base. That's the lane that he's occupied at this point. MAGA has kind of turned its back on people that are anti-war, on its anti-war message, that it's the neocons, the George W. Bushes of the world that started the war on terror, that spent billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars on wars that the United States did not win Afghanistan, did not win Iraq, right? Those are huge failures, actually left those countries more destabilized than when we went in. The trick of Trump is to try to say, hey, I'm not with these stupid neocons, right? I am different. I am the president of peace. Don't fucking believe him. Look at what's happening. Look at what he allowed to go on in Gaza. Look at how he allowed Israel to slip out of the ceasefire, get some hostages back, and then go to war with the people, with the civilians of Gaza once again. And look at what he's allowed. And chat, I want you to understand, when Israel does something, it's because the United States allowed it, all right? This is not a tail wagging the dog situation. The United States controls Israel. Israel acts at the behest of the United States, not the other way around. A lot of that shit is just anti-Semitic brainworms, right? That starts with the conflation of Israel with the Jewish people, which it's not. And it doesn't represent a lot of Jewish people. You know, a lot of the leadership of organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, for instance, are Jewish and oppose Israel's action, but they want to conflate the two things, and then they want to present this idea of Israel secretly controlling the United States with their puppet strings through AIPAC or whatever, and let the United States off the hook for the evil that it does, for the evil that the global hegemon around the world has been doing since probably the end of World War II, right? All of our interventionist bullshit, all of our puppet states that we set up in South Korea, in Vietnam, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, right? These are governments that nobody wants imposed upon them. And it's, and like I said in the very beginning, right, supporting the government that is in the United States' interests both harms that faction, harms that government, slimes them with the stink of a collaborator, and it helps the party in power that the U.S. does not want in power for them to be able to say, we are fighting the American invaders, right? This is bass-ackwards foreign policy, and it's not helping the United States, and it's not helping the world, and it needs to stop. And yeah, it's a huge waste of money too. Huge waste of money.
Is D.C. a pit because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys? And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's
again, this is a narrative. This is the narrative that they've set up. They want you to think that Joe Biden is like, I don't know, like, criminals are getting arrested for horrible, violent crimes, and they come into the court, and the judge is about to throw the book at them, but then Biden comes in, and he's like, oh, are you an immigrant? Here's a hotel. Here's a key to the Ritz-Carlton. Here, go stay in this fancy hotel room. It's got a spa. It's got a sauna. It's really nice. You're going to love it, right? That's what they want you to think. They want you to buy that shit. You're angry, right? Because so you want to blame somebody. And so it's tempting to be like, yeah, Biden's fucking us over and helping out those immigrants, right? And it's just a narrative. It's just a story. It's something they're making up. They're not showing you proof of it. And in fact, the reason they're not showing you proof of it is because it's a fucking lie. It's an absolute lie. Crime's not at an all-time high. Crime's at an all-time low compared to what your, parents, grandparents, whatever dealt with in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, right? Like that New York City had some real crime at that point. If you watch any of the movies from that time period, you'll get a little glimpse into what that's like, right? But that's not what's going on now. But this guy wants to make you afraid. He wants you to make you afraid of immigrants. He wants you to make you afraid of homeless people. And it's this tough on crime shit that's been the grift ever since Nixon, right? My enemies will not be tough on crime, but I will be tough on crime. And it doesn't do shit. Broken windows policing is what it's called when you enforce the law in a maximalist way on the most minimal violations. That's why it's called broken windows, right? The idea being that if you stop people from doing small crimes with heavy penalties, with an expansion of the carceral state, an expansion of prisons, right? And in this case, making prison into a business. And business is booming in the United States. Business is booming in El Salvador, right? Those people are making money off of the over-incarceration of the American people.
Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the LA riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in LA. I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen. I agree.
My in-laws are
Again, make him show you the receipts. He has none.
Californians, and they're wonderful people.
Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom are two politicians that I detest. I don't like. In fact, I don't like a lot of the Democrats that get elected in the big cities. You'd think that the liberal bastions, the blue states, the blue cities would be where you'd have some of the most progressive politicians, but you don't, because the influence of money is insane there. And what you generally have is Republicans calling themselves Democrats and governing as Republicans, right? And that's true with Gavin Newsom, right? His solution to homelessness is to sweep encampments off the streets. Democrat Gavin Newsom, right? Who Trump and Ted Cruz will tell you is too soft, is making it too easy to be homeless. Oh, it's a absolute vacation to be homeless in California, right? He'll tell you the exact opposite of what Gavin Newsom is really doing and what the problem with politicians like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are. But yeah, these people are attacking them not because they have the correct analysis and criticism for Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, but because they want to take away the self-determination of states like California and of cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. They want to go in there with troops and run shit, right? And they want to have those troops in place during the elections. And we can just speculate about why that might be. Why wouldn't Donald Trump want the elections to go off free and fair? Could it be because of his record high disapproval rating? Could it be? And Chad, I'm not letting the Democrats off the hook either. They have an incredibly high disapproval rating as well. And it's mainly because they are too much like the Republicans. They refuse to fight. They have gone along. They have rolled over and played dead for Donald Trump out of some misguided strategy from Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and the like. But people want a fighter. People want a Zoran Mamdani. People want a Bernie Sanders. People want an Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, right? People want somebody that's even a J.B. Pritzker, for fuck's sake. Chat looks good, and I'm talking about a literal billionaire there, right? But compared to the centrist Dems, compared to the loser liberals that have just surrendered to Trump on so much, right? People want Democrats who will stand up. People want Democrats who will fight. People want Democrats who are in touch with the working class and care about the working class and will allow unions a chance to build power and will allow people a chance for a better life. That's what people are looking for. I don't know if they're going to find it from the Democratic Party. And it's a sad thing to say, chat, because creating a new party out of whole cloth is no easy task. I don't have any easy answers, but I am going to be 100% honest about the problems in both parties. Obviously, I think the problem with the Republican Party with MAGA is far more grave. I think there is absolutely a value in voting for a Democrat, if nothing else than to deny a Republican a elected office, right? But the Democratic Party isn't looking great either. Anyway, let's go on.
People that Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could, it's a shame we can't do anything about this. I said, yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail, put them in handcuffs, 100%. And it stops.
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things.
I love this shit. I love this shit. I love this
I
shit.
think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92%.
See, the Republicans, our answer is to when you see a criminal doing crime, you lock them up and you punish them. And the Democrats, they just want to let the criminal out and encourage them to do more. It's so stupid. Anybody that believes this deserves this kind of shithead politician, this kind of slimy, greasy ball of lies like Ted. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this guy. Look at this piece of work. Who fucking votes for this shithead? You can tell, right? That's the thing, right? With politicians like Ted Cruz, and look, if you want me to name a Democrat analog, Gavin Newsom, all right? I feel like guys like this, when I see them, I automatically don't trust them. I don't understand why Ted Cruz's voters do trust him. I don't understand why Gavin Newsom's voters trust him, right? Just the look on his fucking face, you should see that this guy is an absolute scumbag. And yet people are like, oh no, Ted Cruz is we're so proud of our Texas representative, Ted Cruz. This guy went to Acapulco, chat, while his constituents froze in Texas when their power grid went out because of Texas's stupid laws, right? He went on vacation in Mexico and stayed warm as fuck while his constituents literally, in some cases, froze to death.
Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against?
Yeah, that's right, Yamina. He did lie about the eating the cats, eating the dogs thing.
So, for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about.
It's another narrative.
Lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time...
So, Chad, I'm a little bored with him talking about COVID and shit. I know that this gets spicy at some point. I think it's around the discussion of Israel. Let me just advance this a little bit. I hope I'm not pissing anybody off by you're not getting to hear what Ted Cruz has to say about the efficacy of horse paste or the theories about Anthony Fauci or whatever kind of bullshit he's going to throw up about COVID. Yeah, a actual pandemic that took out about 1 million Americans are dead right now because of COVID. The estimation is that if we had had competent leadership and not Donald Trump in the office at the time, that maybe 600,000 of those Americans would be alive today, right? So, I mean, like, yeah, COVID is a huge unforced error. I don't like how Trump oversaw it, and I don't like how Biden oversaw it either. Biden told us that we were over, that the pandemic was over, before it really was, while shit was still bad. And he did that. He did that because your boss wanted him to send your ass back to work, even though it wasn't safe, even though they hadn't done the bare minimum. Chat, look, let's be realistic, all right? We need to work. We need to get things done. We need to make things. We need to do things. We need to build things in this country. And there's going to be pandemics. In fact, there's probably going to be more pandemics, not less pandemics, going forward. Right? So what should we do about that? Well, I don't know if you know this, chat, but reducing COVID transmission in a workplace can be as simple as adequate ventilation. If your boss installed better ventilators, you'd be less likely to contract COVID at work. That shit should have been done before anybody went back to work. Biden never made them do it, and he sent your ass back to work, right? Before the pandemic was over, and now it's endemic. Now it's gonna be with us forever, right? And it's gonna take shit from you that you don't even recognize. It does damage to your organ systems that does not heal, right? Especially, I'm thinking, to the brain. And that much has become apparent. You can see with the people that cared the least about COVID prevention, about personal protective gear, the people that were most resistant to the mask are the ones with the most fucked up brains right now. Their brains are absolutely addled by the effects of COVID. And they are making stupider decisions than they ever have before. They are believing more obvious lies than they ever have before. And they are trusting absolute charlatans like Ted Cruz much easier than they would have before.
To our country, the dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel.
No. Stop. Let me stop you, Ted. Let me tell you about what groceries are like in Russia, okay? You go into Russia, you fill up your grocery basket with a bunch of artisanal breads and stuff. It's great, and you don't even pay that much. Like I don't know. I converted all my money to rubles, but it didn't feel like I had to spend that many rubles to get a basket full of bread. And, if only the goddamn socialist Democrats weren't in power in America, we could have that too, right? If we just had leaders like Vladimir Putin.
Israel, very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this.
Probably like $3 billion per day.
Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy. American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest,
what does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration...
I want to lock in on something that Ted Cruz just said. Sorry, Chad.
Cost of defending Israel. Do you know?
Fits us enormously.
Well, before we can...
Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest.
What does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, you hear what he says? He's talking about the money that the United States supports Israel with, right? And saying that is money well spent. Now, Chad, I wish I could tell you that this was Republican brain rot.
I think it's about time.
However,
we stop those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this.
This is Joe Biden from 1986, okay?
Body for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment.
Holy shit, it's money well spent. This is Joe Biden in 1986, right? Saying the same thing that we just heard Ted Cruz say. There is a uniparty when it comes to, foreign policy, right? There is certainly a Washington consensus. There is a neoliberal, neoconservative consensus, right? That both of these assholes share.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Do you understand why I say that it's total bullshit to act like Israel is the tail that's wagging the dog of the United States, that Netanyahu's got a secret spy network, he's got compromise on everyone, and he's making he's tricked the United, he's bamboozled the United States into doing, exactly what he wants. No, the Israel and the United States are a unit, all right? Some people have described Israel as the 51st state, and I think that's a pretty fair analysis. Their interests are in line, right? Israel has Iran as its enemy because it's one of the only countries, that's not kind of gotten folded over, right? Despite, Israel is just like a settler colonial invasion of Palestine that came in and just keeps on expanding and expanding like a goddamn cancer, right? In the Middle East. So you'd think that, countries there would be a little bit wary of it, right? And they were at first. They were very wary of it, But over time, they've just gotten, more people on the side of the U.S., on the side of Israel. And, Iran's one of the only holdouts. They're not great, obviously, right? They're a theocracy. Unfortunately, chat, they're a theocracy that the United States created by putting in, what were we talking about earlier? A puppet government. That's right. That's right. Iran was a secular, very progressive, actually, society before the United States decided that we knew better than Iranian voters, and that we put in place the Shah, right? The Shah ruled for a number of years until he was overthrown in the 70s. And, that's been the story of the United States beef with Iran. So Iran is an old enemy of the United States. Iran is also a lifeline for China, right? Who the United States is currently trying to isolate, right? Israel has interests in getting rid of Iran, or at least doing regime change there. The United States has interest. They're just the same. It's not worthwhile to, try to speculate, the United States would be good except for Netanyahu's put the magic on us. And, anyway, and you're seeing this is 1986, right?
The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. I am with my colleagues who are on the floor in the Foreign Relations Committee, and we worry at length about NATO. And we worry about the eastern flank of NATO, Greece and Turkey, and how important it is. They pale by comparison.
Israel serves as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East for the United States to launch its objectives off of, right? And like Joe Biden said, he's not just coming. It's not just Joe Biden. This is the military-industrial complex consensus that if Israel did not exist, the United States would need to invent them. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out, right? Because what Ted Cruz said, very similar to what Joe Biden said in 1986, right? And this is the kind of shit we need to stop. We need to not stand for this, all right? Whatever your party you're voting for, don't let people like this control your party, okay?
Before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
I mean, that's pretty. The thing is, he's right. The thing is, he's right. All right. It is ridiculous, though. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it's not the way that things should be. But in practice, unfortunately, that is how things work. The fact that Ted Cruz is fine with it, though, is just fucking ridiculous. Let's see. Let me show you. I got a particularly ignorant comment. Let's see if I can find it again. Oh my God, so many comments, chat. I'm glad at least one of my chats is live and awake. Why are we in this timeline where Tucker Carlson is making sense? Look, if you pay it close attention, you're not making sense. It's the semblance of sense, right? It's because of who he's standing next to, Ted Cruz, right? It's hard not to sound kind of based when you're disagreeing with Ted Cruz, right? I want to remind people kind of like who Tucker Carlson is, if I can find this chat to play off of. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tucker. Okay, this is the particularly ignorant comment. All right, Tucker has been making sense. Y'all are just finally catching up. Let me tell you a little about Tucker, Dolly, since you don't know shit. All right? You're playing team sports. He's scoring points for your team.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Team fake populist, I guess, right? Let me tell you a little bit about who this fucking snake actually is, all right? And I call him a snake because he talks out of both sides of his mouth. He says one thing on air, he says something completely different in the privacy of his text messages. But thanks to the Dominion lawsuit chat, we got a hold of some of those text messages, right? So if you watch Tucker on Fox, you would have to say that he is pretty fucking pro-Trump, right? Him standing up on this Iran thing to what the Trump administration seems to be going for is kind of a new development. And, you know, if anybody's, changed their opinions, it's Tucker, right? But we had what Tucker was saying about Trump on Fox News, which was unabashedly positive. Now look at what Tucker was saying behind the scenes.
That was so worrisome to Fox executives and the board that it reportedly contributed to his firing. The New York Times reported on the message, which was sent on January 7th, 2021, obviously a pivotal day right after the insurrection, just hours after those riots at the Capitol. And he was talking about a video he saw of Trump supporters beating up, in his words, an Antifa kid. It was redacted in the Dominion lawsuit court filings, but here's what part of the Times says is behind that big black box at the bottom, right, of those filings. A quote from Tucker's text, it read, quote, "It was 3 against 1, at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly I found myself rooting for against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be."
Wow. Wow. So you almost want to give him credit, don't you? Right? That he's playing this team sports game, watching a bunch of Proud Boys, I guess, like, jump somebody, jump a counter protester, and he's cheering along, but he's got this little voice of his conscience coming in and saying, yeah, this is wrong. This is not who I am, right? But look at how he says it. It's not how white men fight. How the fuck does he got to make it racist? Right? What does this have to do with white men or any, what does this have to do with race? It's not how white men fight. Right? He's just got to inject that, like that. Oh no, this is nobody white, would fight like this. This is why I don't like what the Proud Boys are doing.
Close quote. The Times was only able to unveil the contents of that text through interviews with people who spoke on the condition of anonymity. CNN reached out for comment. Fox declined. Carlson did not immediately respond.
Back with us now, writer-at-large for the New York Times, Jen Rittenberg, who helped break this story. We were talking about, you can't just say, yes, this is ultimately what led to it, but it's also the way that this came out and how executives found out about this, and we're seeing this message right before they were set to go to trial. What is the impact that had of when they learned about this?
Well, as we understand it, the board the trial was supposed to start on a Monday. Going into that weekend, the board had asked to see some of the redacted messages. There are negotiations about a potential settlement. The jury is coming together. So the board starts going through the messages, finds this one message that they find very troubling. Some senior executives were told hadn't been focused on this message. And it's not what you want to see when you're going into trial. A jury's being impaneled, and you're negotiating what's going to be a potentially very high number to get out of this, so you don't have to put something like this in front of a jury.
But for this text message being revealed to the board and Fox executives the night before the trial was supposed to begin, would there have been a trial and no settlement?
They were definitely working toward a settlement. And we were told that over the weekend, Lachlan Murdoch, one of the leaders of the company, had told his lawyers, let's start moving up on the number to get out of this anyway. I mean, that trial was going to be potentially disastrous on so many levels. So, but here again, you see, when it comes to Tucker Carlson, the issue here is that he's playing an outsized role in terms of problems in the case for them, when he's really not a huge part of the case. And that represents the trouble with Tucker Carlson to management at this point, among other things.
And the questions that still remain of why they did not settle sooner, because all of this damaging information came out, though obviously this came out as a part of good reporting. Abby Grossberg is the former Fox News producer who is now suing the network, and she was on with Anderson last.
But Kevin McCarthy said no.
What do you mean he wanted to do that live on air?
His plan was to have Kevin McCarthy come on the show. So fast forward to January 5th, they start asking me to book McCarthy on the show that night.
Fox were totally false, and I do think this line about this is how white men fight may have been the last straw for them. There made it harder to pretend anything else. The rest of the text is very dark and reflective, but I think less likely to be the thing that triggered his firing.
Yeah, and we haven't seen.
Okay, so anyway, that's CNN saying that they think that this is not how white men fight was the reason that Fox News fired Tucker. There's more to this, right? And I don't know why they're.
Let me say this. Not only was Fox not shocked at what was in there, Fox did not just find this out when they claimed they did. They knew about this. This is all a lie. It's all a lie. I don't know why. I can speculate as to why they're trying to put out fake reasons why they fired Tucker Carlson. But what I'm really shocked about is the lack of skepticism by mainstream reporters. Like, you're not going to go after, like, why are they doing this? Why are they putting out this stuff? All right, maybe to embarrass Tucker Carlson, but they didn't fire him because they were so shocked to find out that's not the way white people did they ever watch his show? But that's not even that. Well, I'll get into this later. But there's, even in the stories that report this, make it clear that they almost for sure knew that for sure that they found out about that text a long time ago. A long time ago. So this is, I don't buy it.
They were so taken aback it took them this long to act.
So you're seeing how online media, this is 2 years ago, right? But online media is having to do the job that mainstream media is no longer doing, right? They see that message and they're like, oh, this is why they fired him. The Fox didn't think that was a good look to be saying racist shit on text, right? So they had to fire him, right? In reality, there's more.
2021. It's the next day. It could be actually, 4:18 p.m. UTC. What is UT? I don't even know what the UTC is.
Universal. Oh my God. It's like Greenwich Mean Time.
That'll be 12 Eastern time.
Okay, so it is the day after January 6th at 12 Eastern time. Boy, what is UTC?
12:18 Universal Time.
Universal Time.
Oh,
Primary
weird.
Time standard by.
According to the Times. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching video of people fighting on the street in Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid, started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight.
So yeah, the irony that other than the racist shit that he injects into there, it's like one of the most decent things I've ever heard Tucker Carlson or honestly anybody in the right say. This is kind of refreshing, right? That most of the time the right is just like kill him, right, kill Antifa, right? And it's like what you're seeing is a different face in private than we're seeing in public. Now, chat, what I really want to get at is some of the things that Tucker said about Trump, that's proving to be a little more hard to dig up. This was a few years ago now, right? And the story is kind of multifaceted. There's a bunch of different texts. Really, seriously, I need. Okay, what's this? Most replayed.
Brokering. Who would be their next speaker?
Persona. Yeah, I mean, they believed that he could broker who was speaker, House Speaker. He wanted to do that live on air, but
I think they're just talking about like the power that Tucker, inordinate amount of power that Tucker Carlson had.
Communist invading radicals.
Anyway, chat, I'm gonna put it back on the Tucker conversation with Ted Cruz. Let me see if I can dig up these texts.
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not.
And I also want to let you know really quick. Okay, we're at 21 right now out of 100. I'm just gonna be a fairly quick stream. So if you want bonus content, first of all, look at the bonus content that's available on the main YouTube stream. Okay, if you're on Twitch, go over to YouTube, take a look at it, vote on what you want. If you're on the short stream, you can go and vote on what you want to, right? We only get this if that 21 becomes 100 by the end of the stream. And I'm letting you know that I don't have a lot of time today. All right. So if you want bonus content, Ezra Klein's DashCon, that's the Abundance-a-Palooza cringe event that was going on. Ethan Klein roasted by NCR. That's NCR, New California Republic, NSR, North Star Radio. That is the new Comrade Casey video, right? We've got an update on passports, and we've also got Adam Friedland on Stabby's Word. If any of that stuff sounds good to you, right? The only way we're going to get it is if that 21 goes to 100. When does that happen? What does that go up? Every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to people, if you support me on Throne or sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, if that stuff doesn't happen, I'm going to disappear like Cinderella at midnight. All right. So I'm just letting you know that right now. I'm streaming on vertical too, so I won't be able to hit this very much. I won't be able to remind you that is slipping away, but it is in fact slipping away, as is the butterfly goal right now. So if any of that means anything to you over in the main chat, make it happen, right? Because that's the only way we get bonus content. Otherwise, I'm going to watch this and I'm going to get the fuck out. All right, proceed.
Naive, even utopian. You don't think humans are all. Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are, Why
don't you say the real thing? We're spying on them. Why don't you just say that? That's the explanation right there. We're spying on them too. All right, that's the answer. But you won't fucking say that, Senator.
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But
I gotta make a point to Twitch moderation. Okay, I see that you're dealing with some pretty toxic stuff that may be coming at you from a shorts chat. If somebody's saying something that is like across the line, don't just ban them. Report them. All right. And just understand, if you're going to come in my Twitch chat and say unhinged shit, Twitch has a terms of service that's a lot stronger than YouTube's. You will lose your account. It's not worth it. All right. It's not worth it. If you can't talk like a human being, then shut the fuck up. All right? Because we will snatch your fucking Twitch account right out of your greasy little hands. All right? We'll make you buy a VPN.
But we don't actually pay their, we're not their most meaningful.
Thank you, Funkmaster.
Paying for the operations of the
So
British
I
government.
gotta say, and this is, it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are, and like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No, this is a hilarious talking point. You hear this from Ethan Klein, you hear this from a lot of people, right? That if you have a problem with the genocide that Israel is currently doing, if you have a problem with the destabilizing role that Israel is playing in world politics, right? Well, then you're just so obsessed with Israel because, look, I can find Sudan, I can find Yemen, I can find other genocides, I can find other, bad actors, and why aren't you obsessed with them? Because we're not funding those bad actors. We're not paying for the genocide. Well, actually, we were paying for the genocide that Saudi Arabia. Yeah, actually, with the Yemen thing, it would be nice if more people were aware of that and more people had fought back against the United States funding Saudi Arabia, who was funding, who was, conducting a genocide in Yemen, right? But yeah, they'll try to do the distraction thing. No. You are not slipping out of this. You are not wriggling away. All right. You are not going to be able to be like, look at that person over. Can you imagine that, chat? You get stopped by a cop for speeding, all right? And then you see somebody come down the highway kind of fast, and you're like, officer, they were speeding too. Stop writing the ticket that you're writing for me and go chase them down, go radar gun them and catch them for speeding, right? That doesn't fucking work. That doesn't work. You're still getting a speeding ticket, right? But somehow people are so silly that they'll fall for this shit of like, why are you obsessed with Israel? Why is it all about Israel? Why is it always with Israel? Because Israel keeps on killing fucking kids. That's why. Yo, Sarah, thank you for the butterfly. Thank you for the butterfly chat. Butterfly indeed. Anyway, sorry to be like hurry. I don't know, chat. I'm like I'm on a mission today. I gotta make sure I get my trip planned.
No, I'm hard.
That's why I'm gonna end the stream hard when it's over. But yeah, if we can get to 100 by the end of it, I'll do as much of a bonus content as I possibly can. And as always, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. But we have limited time to do that, so if we could front load any of those considerations, that would be awesome.
I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress.
This guy is slippery. This guy is really slippery, and I guess I'm glad that a Republican operative is finally onto him. Like, I feel like they should have fucking burnt Ted Cruz for clout years ago. Obviously, I don't mean that literally. I mean that he's a slippery, snivelly little worm. He's a very obvious liar, right? When you expose him as a journalist, it tends to be interesting. It tends to pop off, and Tucker did pop off with this. It's making me wonder why nobody did this earlier, because I don't think Ted Cruz is an asset. I don't think Lindsey, there's so many Republicans that you can point to are like, why does that asshole have a job? Right? These are the people that get voted for by their constituents. Why is this guy getting voted for? Why is this fucking worm getting voted for?
13 years ago,
yes,
with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, There are
But
folks
hold on, but what do they
online
do?
who are in
I
the
thought they
fever
were-
swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC.
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No,
this.
not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people
I
who
could
work
tell
at
you.
AIPAC,
I
is
deal
that
with
it
them all the time.
lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, Ted Cruz is actually right here. All right. Now I want to see if I can kill some parasites here, chat. By parasites, I mean brainworms. All right. AIPAC serves an American constituency of people who have been, somewhat brainwashed into supporting Israel, right? There's an entire narrative that they sell that Israel is necessary for the safety of Jewish people. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is no force on earth at the present moment that puts Jewish people in danger more than Israel, especially with its attempt to conflate itself, to conflate an ethno-state with the Jewish people. But, the whole thing of like, AIPAC runs everything. Like, look, Washington is a swampy place. And people that, that organize PACs and donate do tend to get their way. This isn't Israel reaching out and projecting force into the United States. These are Americans who have been sold a narrative about Israel their entire life, where they feel like it is somehow existentially important for their survival, when in actuality, Israel is putting them in existential danger, right? And I would say that the United States being in league with this, global pariah state that Israel has become, this apartheid ethno-state that Israel is, it has more to do with American foreign policy goals, be they neoconservative or neoliberal, than it does with the, the agitation. Now, what does AIPAC actually do? It takes out people like Jamal Bowman, right? It replaces Democrats that are that have any kind of backbone against Israel with Democrats who have no backbone and will be tools of the military industrial complex, will be in line with Israel/America's goals, right? That's what AIPAC really does, right? Republicans have a lot less to fear from AIPAC than Democrats. A lot of their attention is on races like Jamal Bowman's race, right?
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, well-educated students.
Oh my God.
It's not true at all. And if
It's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I
Any,
imagine
you think?
some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC
Do you
because
think there's
AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if.
So I'm not mad about that.
I want to make sure I clarify something really quick, okay? In saying that Israel is like the 51st state to the United States, in saying that Israel is a tool of America, not the other way around, I am not trying to let this, apartheid state that's currently conducting a genocide, I'm not trying to let them off the hook, all right? I am just making sure that we don't let their sponsor, the United States of America, off the hook by saying that somehow America is controlled through, lobbying groups like AIPAC, right? Understand that this is the establishment in Washington that supports America/Israel's goals, which are pretty much the same. Definitely when it comes to Iran, you can see that pretty clearly.
A million countries.
Israel functions as America's projection into the Middle East, a realm that it wants to control because of the energy production in the area, because of the strategic value of the Middle East. The United States uses Israel as its unsinkable aircraft carrier in the area, and that Israel's not doing anything that the United States does not want it to do.
Countries that lobby Washington, I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans, they're not Israelis.
Hold on, there are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them, I'm related to some of them. I know how it works, I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why
aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And
he's barking up the wrong tree. There is a lot that AIPAC / the American military / the Israeli military is doing wrong, but he's barking up an anti-Semitic tree when you don't need a simple consultation of Occam's razor will yield to you the actual dynamic that's going on.
You've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and being
isolationist
feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back. I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as
Well, in terms of voting for the Iran nuclear deal, which actually was in the interest of Israel too, right? I mean, this might be, an area where you see some separation between the Obama State Department and between Netanyahu's Israel, right? And you also saw this in terms of the settlements, right? You saw some disagreements about how Israel, is prosecuting the U.S. agenda in the Middle East, right?
AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected, and AIPAC.
But it's so wild that he thinks that AIPAC is like a dead, like entity, that AIPAC doesn't have any effect anymore. They literally just, kicked Jamal Bowman out of his seat, right? And I feel like one other, oh my God, chat, who was the other person that went down in her primary this year or this last year?
AIPAC did nothing about it, and it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all, because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can tell you.
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I talk with foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're a lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Yeah.
And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that is not, and by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas, you're meeting
such a
with
false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you that question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes.
The
Is Israel
government
directing them? You want to talk about foreign?
I mean, the real question is, should we have money in politics, right? Let's cut all this nonsense out, all right? Yeah, should AIPAC be disbanded? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. So should the NRA. So should a lot of these organizations, right? The Supreme Court fucked us back when they said that, corporations are people and therefore have a right to free speech, right? They fucked us over even before that when they allowed, more campaign contributions into presidential politics that got us Ronald Reagan, right? There needs to be a wall between money and politics, the way that there never was a real wall against church and state. I mean, the way there's supposed to be one between church and state, right? There needs to be a firewall, ironclad, and that even something that it's on the it's Congress's responsibility to not even allow the appearance of not corruption or even the appearance of corruption, right?
The law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they're not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but
do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that. And I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough.
So chat, this is a really interesting occurrence. I just want to point this out, all right? We have a real emergence of weaponized anti-Semitism in this country, of people being called anti-Semitic because they're speaking out against the actions of the Israeli government. This requires a conflation of the Israeli government and the Jewish people, which is something that there's two groups of people that want that. They want you to see Israel, think Jews. They want you to see Jews, think Israel, right? Right? There's two groups of people. One is Zionist, both, let me divide this group further, right? Zionists, you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. In fact, most Zionists in the United States of America are actually Christian. They are Zionists. They believe in the mission of greater Israel. That means Israel, an expanded Israel, an Israel that's taken over the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, maybe pushed into the Sinai, maybe pushed into Lebanon, maybe pushing into Syria. Just taking pieces after piece after out of Middle Eastern countries, right? Because they believe in the end times prophecy. They want the Jewish people to inhabit those realms to fulfill their Messiah prophecy, that Jesus comes back when the Jews are returned to Israel. Right. And then there's this great big war in which 2/3 of them are killed. And the 1/3 that's left, well, they see the light, and they see the light, and they convert to Christianity. They accept Christ. Right. So, that's a pretty anti-Semitic plan right there. 2/3 of Jewish people die. 1/3 of them are converted to Christianity. Hence, there's no more. That's an eliminationist plan for and yet you have, kind of a, an alliance between the Christian Zionists and the Israeli Zionists, right? And they both conflate the Jewish people with the country of Israel. The other group that want to conflate the Jewish people with the country of Israel are anti-Semites, right? They want to blame all Jewish people for what Israel does, and they want to they oppose Israel because they see it as a the nation of the Jews, right? So two groups that want to make that conflation, and so Ted Cruz is weaponizing a charge of anti-Semitism against Tucker Carlson. All right, and I'm saying that because I don't think he knows or particularly cares if Tucker Carlson actually holds anti-Semitic views or is motivated by anti-Semitic reasoning or not. That being said, I also think that Tucker Carlson is probably kind of anti-Semitic, right? So these two things can exist at once. Both Ted Cruz disingenuously weaponizing accusations of anti-Semitism and Tucker Carlson being motivated with, being allied with, actual anti-Semites. And if you want to look at what's going on Twitter at any given time, yes, you will see a lot of real actual anti-Semitism, not me recasting opposition to Israel as being anti-Semitic, but I'm talking about actual just Jew hate exists on so you're seeing it's a strange manifestation of modern times here, where you've got somebody trying to weaponize a disingenuous accusation of anti-Semitism to shut somebody down, and the person that he's trying to shut down actually happens to be anti-Semitic in this case.
Enough to say it right to my face. You are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews.
Sleazy feline?
There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews?
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress...
Yeah, Cory Bush. Thank you, Fatima.
Yes. To defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions?
I'll answer.
He sounds disingenuous when he says "shame on you," right? It feels like he's playing a game.
Straightforward, rational way. You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended.
Oh no, you're being like, I don't know. I don't even know what this guy's real beliefs are. I'm trying to dig up the other tweets, chat, about Trump. Right? We got tweets from Tucker Carlson about Donald Trump. Text, about Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson texts Donald Trump. And the thing that I want to drive home with Tucker Carlson is that he is just he is never being real. Right? He is practiced at lying. It is his job, and he has accepted this, this duty. And just does it without even thinking now, right? Where there's a massive separation between what he says on his platforms versus what he is saying in when he's texting people. What is this? Love it or leave it.
Tesla is being investigated by regulators.
Oh my God! Do they not even have the timestamps?
And are the most expensive energy ever developed.
Ah, yes, the windmills, known for their extremely expensive fuel. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers said on Monday that the U.S. economy could experience a Wile E. Coyote moment as the Fed raises interest rates to tame inflation. Oh, I don't think it's all that bad, said Vice President Kamala Harris before running face first into a brick wall with a tunnel painted on it. And then, moments later, President Biden ran right through the tunnel that for her,
oh my God.
Grandfather's use of social media says more about the mind of the left-wing operative making the implication than it does about Randy McNally. Yeah, shame on you filthy-minded libs. It's because of you that grandfathers can't innocently comment, keep up the good work on young men showing hole anymore. The spokesman went on to say, does he always use the proper emoji at the proper time? Maybe not. You see, in the Lieutenant Governor's Day, eggplant emoji followed by sweaty face emoji meant may Christ be with you. Amazing. Marianne Williamson officially announced her bid for the presidency this week, telling reporter of the Fox News Dominion defamation lawsuit revealed that Tucker Carlson was as sick of Trump as the rest of us after the 2020 election. On January 4th, 2021, Carlson texted a colleague, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." Carlson added, "I hate him passionately." This raises the question, what other text did Tucker send that could have come from my phone? Does he text some Nazi grifter his Elden Ring build? Carlson wrote in another text, "That's the last 4 years. We're all pretending we got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on."
He's talking about Trump's first term, right? This is not what he said on Fox News. This is not what he says on his show on X. He presents a very different persona, a persona who is very amicable towards Trump.
There isn't really an upside to Trump. Dance like no one's watching, love like you've never been hurt, text like you'll never be sued for defamation by a voting machine company. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer blasted Fox News and Tucker Carlson for selectively using security footage from January 6th.
Okay, anyway, that's what I was getting at. That's just that's the tip of the iceberg as far as how disingenuous Tucker is, how fake he is, and why you got to take everything that he says, even when he's making a point that is true, which happens in this interview a few times, right? You got to take it with a massive grain of salt.
Obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you
that
just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is
You want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence of
Israel and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
Except you don't want to do anything about it.
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet.
Dude is a Muppet. And I don't mean he looks like a Muppet. I mean he acts like a Muppet. Anyway, what is even going on here?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric is finding a home in right-wing media. Since the onset of the Israel-Hamas war, a handful of influential talk show hosts have spread anti-Semitic tropes to their millions of followers. One of the main charges? The disgraceful notion that a spike in anti-Semitism is merely Jewish people getting a taste of their own medicine after supposedly supporting anti-white sentiment. A reprehensible conspiracy theory that has been denounced by the Anti-Defamation League.
Any more comments? You know, that's funny because they didn't really... Yeah, Elon won this exchange with the ADL, right? This was when Elon retweeted, "You have said the actual truth," to someone who said that it is... that Jewish essentially, spread the great replacement conspiracy, an idea that Jewish people are secretly engineering immigration into the United States to replace white Americans with other ethnicities, right? Is the great replacement, right? Elon responded to that with, "You have said the actual truth, my dude," or something like that, right? And the ADL called him out on it for a hot second before they got buried with hate on Twitter and eventually have essentially become Elon Musk's fig leaf, right? The ADL calls themselves the Anti-Defamation League. In practice, at least now, they are the Apartheid Defense League. That is their true function, right? That is what they actually do. But yeah, this is
Take Elon Musk.
Not going to hear that on CNN.
One of the world's richest men who has supported a host of right-wing conspiracy theories. Musk replied to a user online, publicly endorsing that notion, writing this week.
Yeah, so let me read the anti-Semitic thing that he's responding to.
"You have said the actual truth."
Jewish,
not just limited to Musk. Right-wing reported a host of right-wing conspiracy theories. Musk replied to a user online, publicly.
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit about how Western Jewish populations are coming to the distributing. And you have said the actual truth to the great replacement theory there.
Endorsing that notion, writing this week, "You have said the actual truth." It's not just limited to Musk. Right-wing media figures Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Charlie Kirk have also peddled this idea.
It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing, anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans.
Kirk has also floated the conspiracy theory that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu knew about the October 7th terror attack, but chose to do nothing.
I'm not... as far as that issue, I would take the same stance that I do on 9/11, right? I blame George W. Bush and Dick Cheney for 9/11, not because I think that they did it, not because I think that they engineered it, but I think they were negligent, right? Just like Netanyahu was negligent because the troops that would have been in the area to contain an outbreak of, like insurgents from Gaza were actually oppressing Palestinians in the West Bank at the time, right? They were too busy doing Zionism elsewhere, right? In order to defend the country, right? So there's definitely negligence there, and Israeli people should probably be pissed about it, right? But it's not to say that Netanyahu, I don't know, let it happen is a little bit too strong.
I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it.
Meanwhile, Carlson and Owens have criticized Harvard donors for supposedly supporting anti-white racism, framing them as hypocrites for now being upset over anti-Semitism.
Well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those people.
People that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
Because you were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
And
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
So not a defense for students protesting against genocide and an apartheid state at colleges and universities. No, nothing like that, right? It is a claim of hypocrisy at Jewish people who are donors to those universities who withdrew those donations after the protests, since the universities did not clamp down on free speech, as hypocrites for being socially liberal on other issues. That's what you've got there, right? That's what we're seeing.
Conservatives have pushed back against the anti-Semitic rhetoric being spread by their peers. Ben Shapiro, co-founder of the Daily Wire, which employs Candace Owens, ripped her earlier commentary as disgraceful during a recent speech.
The question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Ridiculous.
Owens reached out to the Daily Wire for comment and has not media. Responding to Musk, Greenblatt attacks are surging across the U.S. and around the world. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, spoke out against
the Apartheid Defense League.
The commentary coursing through right-wing media. Responding to Musk, Greenblatt said, "At a time when anti-Semitism is exploding in America and surging around the world, it is indisputably dangerous to use one's influence to validate and promote anti-Semitic theories."
And this is the guy that defended Elon Musk when he did his Sig Heil, right? Jonathan Greenblatt doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism, doesn't give a fuck about fighting fascism. He is supporting fascism in Israel, and he's fighting its enemies in the United States, including the anti-Semite of the year, Hassan Piker. But that's a story for another day, chat. No, he didn't actually win. I think Candace Owens won anti-Semite of the year.
Down the temperature a little bit.
Picture the house of your dreams. Maybe it's got an outdoor pool in Big in America.
About politics, and Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress, and he's literally a con man who, the congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy, as the con man, said, I don't care. Whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no. Pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side and shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do and I do, well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that.
I want to go back and take
sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting that.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
even take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on this city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK, which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion, as a ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love
Whatever,
the Brits,
without even
but their government is
without even
gone
getting
off the
into that.
rails.
I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one, but it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite for asking questions, and it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And
People
I find
criticize Israel every minute of every day. Like the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Rashida Tlaib? No,
you said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why, so let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay,
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter.
Uh-huh.
And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of eliding
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel.
So yeah, there's a few real gotcha moments in this interview. I don't know. I don't think we've gotten to the point where he asks about questions about Iran that Ted Cruz is unable to answer. But he is asking for like motivation. Ted Cruz is saying the Bible, and Tucker's going to kind of call him on the whether.
So that's
whether he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the Bible.
The Bible, as a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it, and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out the.
That's a wild thing to say. I'm sure it's something like God speaking to the children of Israel and saying something like, "Those who bless you, blessings will come upon their heads, and those who curse you, curses shall come upon their heads. For I, the Lord your God, have," something like that. And yeah, Christians do look at that shit and be like, "Oh yeah, this means that we have to like Israel. We have to be positive towards Israel because it's in the Bible. Blessings will come on our heads and curses will come on our heads." Even though they think that, the Christian, Zionists tend to think that they, not the Jewish people, are the chosen people, that Jewish people, fucked up and pissed off God, and that's the reason for the diaspora and everything, and that the blessings have now moved to them, even that they can't even keep their own theology straight, right? But yeah, they will take stuff in the Bible to have a lot of meaning in the modern day that it obviously was not written for that. It obviously, was meant something different in the time and place that it was written.
Theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But no, he's just kept the country in war setting at the moment where they want to kick him out of office, right? No, he's not a dictator. He's just given them fucking perpetual war ever since his leadership was destabilized, right?
Just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay,
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is, for me, a personal motivation. But I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
Even though the United States intelligence has concluded that Iran would take probably years to get a nuclear weapon together, to be able to deploy effectively a nuclear weapon, should they change their mind from their current trajectory, which is decidedly not going for a nuclear weapon, and decide to get, which after what happened with Israel attacking them, and after the threats of the United States attacking them, that's actually a logical thing for them to do now. The U.S. has taught the lesson to the world that you are not safe if you do not have a nuclear weapon. You are subject to regime change. You are subject to intervention at any time that you displease us if you don't have nukes. If you're North Korea and you do have nukes, we'll saber rattle a whole bunch, but we won't do anything. We won't do anything to you, right? That's the lesson that's being taught, right? But I mean, this is, the estimation of how close is Iran to a nuke is actually quite far away. And that's from the Trump administration's intelligence. It's from Tulsi Gabbard, who I'm thinking of here, right? But he's it's an immediate existential crisis, right? Bullshit. It's an opportunity for the Israeli-American complex to take out an old enemy and to put the squeeze, if you're America, further on China. That's what this is. There's no existential crisis. There's no danger. This is a target of opportunity. This is a war of choice.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic.
Cerebral pugilist, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Wow, it's amazing.
But a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic, because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because
I'm sorry.
There is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon.
Chat, I'm pretty sure that Iran has been saying death to America since like the 70s.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Since the 70s. If you think that's a massive existential threat, right, you're fucking deluded.
So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning,
But do you believe that's true?
I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they have tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that... I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder...
This is a conspiracy theory for which there's no evidence.
If that is true, why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed.
It's my president who I can't wait to get rid of. I can't wait until he's no longer relevant. This is what Tucker said about Donald Trump. He talks out of both sides of his mouth.
There's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know. The Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he
just misspoke.
Saying that is right.
But trust what he's saying this time. All right, he misspoke those times. That was not true.
They're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes. That Iran is paying for. And by the way...
Wait, when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out...
Has anyone been arrested?
They can't produce any proof of this, anything to suggest this, right? This is just a narrative.
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term, rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration...
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me
back up here.
Arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden
Well, they
administration.
say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him. And they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians.
Okay.
You would have heard about it. He would have screamed from the rooftops, right? If they had any evidence to show, to suggest that Trump, he has a huge persecution complex, chat, he would never shut up about that. That's how we know it's not true.
Okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said...
He's not disputing. You just haven't shown shit to suggest that that's even true.
There have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay, and I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why aren't we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president?
Oh my God. The point that he's trying to make here is that that Ted Cruz is asserting something with no evidence, right? And that the response to this, if true, you would think it would be something, right? We've gotten no response, right? And that doesn't make sense. Obviously, wow, what a bad idea. What a bad idea. Nuclear first strike because our dear leader is threatened. In reality, chat, Trump has assassinated members of the the Iranian government, right? So, I mean, is there like motive to, for Iran to go after Trump? I guess so. But again, Ted Cruz does not seem to be able to show any kind of evidence.
There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now.
Tucker does not mean that. Tucker probably would be happy if he woke up tomorrow and Trump was no longer president, right? He's made it clear he doesn't like Trump.
I'm serious.
But yeah, he talks out of both sides of his ass to keep that MAGA gravy train, that wingnut welfare that he's getting to keep that shit going.
If you really believe they're
The
trying to
use
murder
of nuclear weapons, see,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously.
If he's going to go against Trump, it's going to be for his lack of fulfilling a campaign promise, like being a not starting foreign wars.
If you believe they're trying to murder Trump,
it's going to be something where he can get people on his side. Tucker's never going to take a, like he hasn't denounced Trump formally, because then he would have no constituency left to play with.
To stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago, you were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And you now, and look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so
I'm
just
totally
want to ask
confused.
why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's the most. That's a call to violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said, which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you've said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So do you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing it at all.
and Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why that's even relevant. I'm asking about the President of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go to
I've already
how credible
said
is it that they're willing to spend money to do that?
Opposed to that.
Sarah, I can read part of this article that you mentioned in Vanity Fair. Unfortunately, it's paywalled, right? So only the first paragraph. All right. So you're talking about this article. Trump had no problem with Iran's Revolutionary Guard when he was doing business with its associates. According to an exhaustive report, the group the president just labeled as a terrorist organization, this is 2019, so Trump's first term, the group that he just labeled as a terrorist organization reportedly had financial ties to the Trump family business. All right, so on Monday, Donald Trump announced that his administration was designating the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran a terrorist organization for the first time in U.S. history. They'd classified another country's government as such. An action that flips the switch on a range of sanctions on the military unit and companies, individuals, organizations with ties to it. According to the New York Times, top CIA, Pentagon officials argued against the designation, saying it will allow hardline Iranian officials to justify deadly operations against Americans overseas, especially special operations units and paramilitary units working under the CIA. But the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and National Security Advisor John Bolton reportedly pushed for it and ultimately persuaded the president. This action will significantly expand the scope and the scale of the maximum pressure on the Iranian regime, Trump said in a statement on Monday. It makes it crystal clear the risks of conducting business. Okay, so none of the good part of the article do we get to read because Vanity Fair has paywalled their content. But yeah, that's the opening paragraph. It'd be nice if they put any of the pertinent information in there as usual journalistic practice. But
it's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and especially foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that Iran is trying to murder the president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop... Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to kill the president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president?
Yes.
You sincerely believe right now?
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
Well,
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource it to
by the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question
to?
was why are you for
Israel
regime
do it?
change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran. Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think...
Is that even true? Was Ted Cruz against the Iraq War?
You just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it.
I'm guessing he wasn't in Congress at the time.
But I will... And so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary...
Vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately...
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners.
Yeah. Look, yes. Look.
What?
There is power to speaking out. And ultimately, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation, the government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed. And I met her.
Anyway, chat, let me just give you a check on Ted Cruz. He claims to be against the Iraq war. Cruz joined the George W. Bush campaign in 1999 as a domestic policy advisor. All right, so that's his... he's a lawyer before that. He joins the Bush campaign in 1999. He becomes Texas Solicitor General in 2003. So he is, I guess, during the time of the Iraq War, he's involved in Texas politics. He returns to private practice as a lawyer in 2008. And then is elected to the Senate in 2012. Right, and in 2012, really, Iraq was not an issue by that time, right? It's not. It's something that they might have talked. They definitely talked about in 2006, the midterms, and that's what got the Democratic Congress elected. It's something that they would have talked about in the primary of 2008. Barack Obama versus Hillary Clinton. One of the reasons that she lost is because she supported the war in Iraq. But yeah, not something that would have been talked about in 2012. So it may be that he's just lucky enough to have not been involved in any kind of government where his opinion on the Iraq war would have been relevant at the time. I can't really find evidence one way or another as to whether he supported the war. I mean, he was a Republican. He was a good Republican at the time, right? But let's see if there's anything about Iraq in here. Iraq. Yeah, the only thing is in 2023, he voted against repealing the authorized use of military force in Iraq, which is wild that shit is still in effect, right? This is a measure passed by the U.S., the House and the Senate that allowed the president at the time, George W. Bush, to take up war powers, which would normally, something like that, or not normally, right? Because we haven't lived like that since Vietnam. But it's like the way that the Constitution is written, it should fall to the Congress to approve things like that, declarations of war, etc. In practice, the Congress has ceded that power to the president for a long, long time, and he voted against repealing this order that was still on the book, allowing the president essentially leeway to prosecute the conflict with Iraq any way that he chooses. It's really funny, yeah, because Biden is the president in 2023. Anyway, that's all I can find you on Cruz and Iraq.
So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, "We will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus." And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference.
Oh, my God.
And I have I think its policies by would be different.
Get off your soapbox, Ted.
On the shelf, I have a baseball cap that grass.
I don't care.
And I was consciously, speech, I just said, I will not be shy about saying it, but for things that are praiseworthy.
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell at the Hanoi Hilton, and
oh, wow.
I agree.
McCain? Are they talking about McCain?
I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You've said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists. And they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana.
This morning.
And Trump came in and utterly
Donald
decimated.
Trump
He killed the terrorists, took away the...
and attacked my father. Donald Trump alleges that my dad was involved in assassinating JFK.
Not only that, Ted Cruz, but you're the Zodiac killer.
Now, let's be clear. This is nuts. This is not a reasonable position. This is just kooky.
Is this going to be louder?
Donald Trump alleges that my dad was involved in assassinating JFK. Now, let's be clear. This is not
so quiet.
This is not a reasonable position. This is just kooky. And while I'm at it, I guess I should go ahead and admit, yes, my dad killed JFK. He is secretly Elvis, and Jimmy Hoffa is buried in his backyard. You know, Donald's source for this is the National Enquirer. The National Enquirer is tabloid trash, but it's run by his good friend David Pecker, the CEO.
It is. Isn't that guy that tried to cover up for him on? Yeah, that tried to do the. Oh my God! There's a thing that they do in tabloids. If what is it called, Chad? They kill the story by buying the exclusive rights to the story. So yeah, he pays Stormy Daniels ostensibly for, like, I want that story about Donald Trump, right? I want the exclusive. Don't talk to anybody else here. Sign this thing that says you won't talk to anybody else, right? And she signs it thinking he's going to interview her and there's going to be an article in the Enquirer. But surprise, surprise, this guy is Donald Trump's best friend. Catch and kill. That's what it's called. It's called catch and kill, right? So they catch the story by signing Stormy Daniels onto an exclusive, and they kill it by never coming out with it, right? And that effectively kills the story. He did that for Donald Trump.
Who's endorsed Donald Trump. And so the National Enquirer has become his hit piece that he uses to smear anybody and everybody. And this is not the first time. Donald Trump has used David Pecker's National Enquirer to go after my family. It was also the National Enquirer that went after my wife, Heidi. That just spread lies, blatant lies. But I guess Donald was dismayed because it was a couple of weeks ago the Enquirer wrote this idiotic story about JFK. And Donald was dismayed that the folks in the media weren't repeating this latest idiocy, so he figured he'd have to do it himself. He'd have to go on national television and accuse my dad of that. Listen, my father has been my hero my whole life. My dad was imprisoned and tortured.
I forgot how wacky the Republican primary was in 2016.
He had $100 in his underwear. He washed dishes making 50 cents an hour. You know, he's exactly the kind of person Donald Trump looks down on. I'm going to do something I haven't done for the entire campaign. For those of y'all who have traveled with me all across the country, I'm going to tell you what I really think of Donald Trump.
Here we go.
This man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. He lies practically every word that comes out of his mouth. And in a pattern that I think is straight out of a psychology textbook, his response is to accuse everybody else of lying.
And now you're part of that operation, Ted. If you can't beat him, join him. You kiss the fucking ring. You got subsumed in that empire of deceit, and you are his goon. You are his man. You lie for him now. He doesn't have to lie anymore because he's got lying Ted Cruz to do his dirty work for him. So there it is, Ted Cruz in 2016 saying what we all fucking know about Trump, most obviously in the world, but you can't get a Republican to fucking say this now because they're too scared. They're a bunch of cowards, right? Here's from the debate.
I feel that I am a conservative. Now, I also feel I'm a common sense conservative because some of the views I don't agree with. And I think a lot of people agree with me, obviously, based on what's happening.
Flexibility is a good thing, but you shouldn't be flexible on core principles. I like Donald. He is an amazing entertainer. But his policies for most of his life...
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
For most of his life, his policies have been very, very liberal. For most of his life, he has described himself as very pro-choice and as a supporter of partial birth abortion. Right now, today, as a candidate, he supports federal taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood. I disagree with him on that. That's a matter of principle, and I'll tell you...
You are the single biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush.
Lying Ted.
You are the single biggest liar. All right. This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa, and he just continues. And today we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina, where I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben.
Isn't this amazing, chat? J.D. Vance called Trump a fascist. Marco Rubio.
But now they're a freaking communist.
I don't even remember what all Marco Rubio said about Donald Trump, but he went hard on Donald Trump during the primary, right? And all these guys have just essentially, like, he stole their party out from under them, and they have kissed his ring. They are part of the operation. They are part of the swamp now.
Ben Carson, this guy will say...
They are part of Fraud Incorporated, a.k.a. MAGA.
Nasty guy. Now I know why he doesn't have one endorsement from any of his colleagues.
All right, John, I get to respond.
Pick from the buffet there. He's a nasty guy.
I will say...
I mean, and see, he's hitting him where he hurts. I mean, Ted Cruz is literally nasty. Like, he's not even speaking... Like, right, he's saying he's being nasty, right? But in reality, what Trump is doing is deftly pointing out the fact that Cruz not only does nasty things, says nasty things, he is a nasty, greasy guy. He is a disgusting worm of a man. That's true.
Say it is fairly...
And look, this is the environment that Donald Trump, like, yeah, right, these are the jokers that Donald Trump stole the party from.
Remarkable to see Donald defending Ben after he called him pathological and compared him to a child molester, both of which were offensive and wrong. But let me say more broadly, you notice...
That's not a bad thing for Donald Trump. He's Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Of course, that's not an insult.
Donald didn't disagree with the substance that he supports taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood. And Donald has this weird pattern. When you point to his own record, he screams, liar, liar, liar. If you want to go...
Where did I support it? Where did I support it?
It's true.
Hey, Ted, where did I...
Ted's right about this.
If you want to go and watch the video, go to our website, tedcruz.org.
Where did I support it, Ted?
Out of Donald's own mouth When we
Where
were
did I support it?
You supported it when we were battling over defunding Planned Parenthood. You went on
That's
television
a lot
and
of
said
nonsense.
Planned Parenthood does wonderful things and we should not defund
Oh,
them.
it does do wonderful things, but not as it relates to abortion.
So tell
they
me, what
do
are the
some,
wonderful
excuse
things?
me.
What are the
They do wonderful trans healthcare. Yeah, is that what he's talking? What is he talking about?
There are wonderful things having to do with women's health.
You see,
but
you and I
not when it
disagree
comes
on that.
to abortion.
And
not
John,
when it comes
the
to
reason
abortion.
The reason principle matters, sadly, was illustrated by the first questions today. The next president is going to appoint 1, 2, 3.
Anyway, that's from the blast from the past, from the 2016 election.
Their caliphate and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time,
I don't even know
Trump,
what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never been an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a
Of course
slur.
I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to
Drew, who has got a question for me? Let me answer it really quick. All right. Drew says, did he steal it from him? So Drew's talking about the Republican Party. Did Donald Trump steal the Republican Party from the Republicans? Or did they meaning the Republican base, I'm assuming, wake up? In reality, the Republicans for a long time have been working to cultivate an anti-intellectual base, because people who don't trust facts and logic are easy to manipulate. People who look down on education, like Republicans, are easy to manipulate. And the Republican Party inculcated their base with these attributes to make them easier to manipulate. What they didn't realize, though, was that they weren't the only ones who could manipulate that base. And Donald Trump came by and was able to manipulate those rubes. And I say that in the nicest way, right? Because I don't think anybody deserves to be conned and tricked and used and manipulated. Not even a fucking Republican deserves that, right? But he worked the Republican Party. He worked that anti-intellectual base better than any Republican out there, right? Let me give you an example. Let's talk about immigration. Republican Party, they used immigration for years and years and years and years. You hate these immigrants, don't you? They're taking your jobs, and the Democrats are on their side. And the point of this wasn't to do something in policy, because in reality, the Republicans, their base, their real base, their money men, are capitalists who are using immigrants for cheap labor, right? So they don't want illegal immigration to go away. They don't want a pathway to citizenship, right? Which would allow these people to become citizens of the country and would give them the ability to, unionize and to organize and to stand up for their rights, where they're no longer afraid they're going to be deported. Because right now what happens is, if you're on one of those sites, you work at a meat packing plant, and you say, hey, my buddy just got his hand cut off the other day. Can we have some fucking safety around here? They will call ICE on you. ICE will come down to the slaughterhouse, and you would think, are they going to arrest the owner of the company? Nope. Only the workers. They deport the workers, right? They call ICE on these people, and they deport them, and they replace them with a fresh new crew of immigrants hungry for a paycheck, right? Hungry for, to be able to work, right? And oftentimes to send money back to their home country, right? And so this is like the Republican Party use immigration as a carrot, right? And just like in Minecraft, right, you get a carrot, you get a fishing pole, you get a saddle, you put the saddle on a pig, and then you ride that pig, and you can control where the pig goes by moving the carrot in different directions. That's how the Republican Party manipulated their base using immigration. Donald Trump sees the fishing rod with the carrot on it. He snaps the carrot off, and he's like, you want this? You want this? Here you go. Mass deportations. Here you go. Kids in cages. Here you go. Build the wall. And he kind of acts like he's going to give the, Republican base what they actually wanted, what they've been being manipulated with, right? And, up until the point where, his money men start calling him and say, hey, listen, Donald, I run an agricultural operation up here in Northern California. I use undocumented labor for my business. It's the only way that my business model makes sense. Your people came up here and they took some of my best workers. Could you please cut it out? And Donald says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. So, you're seeing, why Donald Trump is different than the rest of the Republican Party. You're also seeing why he's the same, right? Look at the Iran thing, right? For years and years and years and years, Donald Trump railed against the Jeb Bushes, against the George Bushes, against the war on Iraq, and against all the bad decisions made by neoconservatives, right?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
The neoconservatives had an agenda, had a plan. It's called, look it up. It's called the Project for a New American Century, PNAC, Project for a New American Century, right? And this was the book that Bush was operating off of in the War on Terror. That book said, we hit Iraq, we hit right, it had the list of the countries, the so-called axis of evil, right? And it said, like, how are we gonna get the American people to sign off on a war against these countries? Maybe if there was a Pearl Harbor style incident in the United States. And of course, that Pearl Harbor style incident happened in 9/11, which they graciously took advantage of in order to, take out, take over Afghanistan, take over Iraq, rattle the saber around Iran, but never quite, because of Iraq being such a disaster, they were never able to get their war with Iran. Well, now Donald looks to be on the precipice of getting them that war with Iran, right? So you're seeing, as different as he was from the neocons that he took the party over from, they're the perverse incentives that make the neocons what they are still there. And you're seeing Donald Trump, bowing down to some of those incentives, right? In some ways, Trump has changed the Republican Party. In some ways, the Republican Party has changed Donald Trump. But good question.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite. Right, that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support? And you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay, so Chad, I hate to have to do this, but I gotta take a break for a second to suggest, to farm some likes from you. Let's be honest, we're farming some likes here. Those likes help me out a lot. If you like what you're seeing, if you like what you're getting here, let the algorithm know by hitting that like button, right? That really helps me out a lot, right? Another thing that helps me out that you can do if you're watching on Twitch is if you have Prime, you can use your Prime to if you attach your Prime, if you connect your Prime to your Twitch account, you can use your Twitch Prime to get a free sub. If you sub to my channel, you'll get all my emotes, right? And it'll cost you nothing, right? Those are two things that you can do for me for free. If you want to do more than for free, we do have this this dono goal right now that's at 29 out of 100. If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, and we are coming up on the end of the stream, that's why I'm stopping and letting you know. If we get that to 100, I'll stick around and cover another subject. Right now, it looks like what is winning is Ethan Klein roasted by North Star Radio, right? So we also have Trump, the passport update on some stuff that has happened in the courts. We have Ezra Klein's DashCon disaster and Adam Friedland on Stativi's World. So if any of those things sound good to you, time is ticking away, right? We're, you know, when I, like I said, I don't have a lot of time today. So when we get done with this, it's going to be like the end of the stream, unless we hit that bonus goal and get some bonus content. So that's what's going on. Of course, what makes that number go up is if you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne. Right now, I'm trying to fund my education. I'm trying to learn Thai language at Thai Language School. So you can help me out with my Thai visa fund if you want to on a Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon accounts, or if you support me over on Twitch. Any of those things count. Any of those things raise that number, and they give you the ability to put your money where your mouth is. You can let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Anyway, break done. Let's continue.
Okay, so let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq. If I'm possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion.
Legacy of Boom, you just got weaseled.
Levels to the United States was just so profound. And I
clearly
felt
a
like,
mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation.
Right.
And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster.
And just a reminder, Donald Trump did not oppose the Iraq war when it was happening. When it was important, when he could have had an effect on whether the Iraq war happened or whether we pulled out, Donald Trump was in favor of the Iraq war.
Disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that
the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And then
and
you
that
said,
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay. So why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true. That's why.
Everyone... Okay, nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you also... Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not...
No, Ted, you can't do this shit. Look, is Tucker Carlson at time to time, does he have a predilection for conspiracy theories? Absolutely. But for you to call... You're the one advancing conspiracy theories. You've said that Iran is intent on assassinating Donald Trump. You have shown us zero proof, and yet you're acting like everybody believes this. Everybody knows this. If you say that it's not true, that's like saying that we didn't land on the moon. No, Ted, you're the one spouting conspiracy theories here, not Tucker this time.
Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like what?
So what? I've asked you the names of these people. I've asked
I don't
you how
know the
you
names
know
of
the
the
information.
Iranian
And again, chat, my take on 9/11. 9/11 was extreme negligence from the Bush-Cheney administration that should have rightly resulted in the impeachment, not in the passage of the Patriot Act, that hideous piece of legislation that created ICE. The shit that we're dealing with right now is a result of the rally around the flagpole effect that happened after 9/11. Instead of being blamed for its incompetence in letting a foe strike the United States that it knew in a memo, chat, there's a memo to George W. Bush, bin Laden bound and determined to strike in the U.S., right? Bush knew this would happen. That Bush knew that bin Laden had his eyes on that, right? It was negligence. All right. Now, whether it's more than negligence, right? People people have theories about due to the, like I mentioned before, the PNAC document, the People for a New American Century, had an agenda to strike Iraq, Iran, and a bunch of different countries. And they said, oh, geez, the only way we'll get to do that is if we have a Pearl Harbor-like event in the United States. They got one in 9/11. A lot of people jumped to the conclusion because of that somehow Dick Cheney or George Bush engineered that, or some people will blame Israel, right? But from all the evidence that we actually have, it's a case of extreme negligence. But it shouldn't have resulted in George W. Bush's, approval rating going up, the media glazing up, his every, inept action in prosecuting this ridiculous war on terror. It should have ended in his administration being ended, which, really started on some pretty faulty, ground to begin with, given the fact that a lot of the postmortem on the 2000 election indicates that it was actually Al Gore who won the election, not him. The Supreme Court and the Brooks Brother riot kind of handed him that election, right? So, Bush shouldn't have been in there to begin with. Definitely his failure to protect the country during 9/11 should have resulted in his removal from office, but instead he was granted another term, and he was given all the shitty legislation he wanted to. That's why we're still struggling with this bullshit with ICE and surveillance to this day.
And I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense.
It's weird. A lot of what Tucker is saying, I got the feeling that he's against foreign intervention in Iran, as part of his isolationism, as part of his America First, because he'd rather see Trump take it to American cities, invade America's cities, right? That's what America First means. It means we turn the U.S. military hegemon in on the United States itself, and we attack the enemy within, right? Which is anybody who doesn't like Donald Trump is the enemy within. That's what America First is actually about, right? That's what that means, is attack America. America attacks America first. We have the boomerang effect of empire going on here, right?
And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't... You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to...
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
So,
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist. And I genuinely don't mean it as...
Do you all remember Taco Trump? This is something that investors said about Trump when he tried to institute tariffs, and then the bond market punished him, so he backed off, and then he put him back on, and then he takes him off, right? So they came up with this thing, and it's copium. It's called Trump always caves in. Wait, no, sorry, that would be Taki. Trump always chickens out. Yeah, that's what taco means, right? And look, if you want Trump to not enact the tariffs, you probably should not tease him about chickening out. That's almost like you're daring him to stick to the tariffs, which would be disastrous for the economy, right? Tucker Carlson is telling Ted Cruz, well, if you believe all this shit, then we should go to a war with Iran. We should assassinate the Ayatollah, except, right, all this stuff, right, that based on if you really believe this stuff, then you would be at war with Iran already. I wouldn't be saying that if I was Tucker in a time which there's a huge drive to get the United States involved in a war with Iran, right? I get what he's doing. He's pointing out the absurdity of Ted Cruz's lies here, but he's doing it in a way that is like right. Trump is that petty, right? I know most politicians wouldn't be. You couldn't just be like, oh, he's chickening out and get him to do something, but Trump absolutely will. He's a fucking ego beast.
Is a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy. I believe in self-defense.
I'm not but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
But is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with?
Yeah, you're definitely not into the anti-Semite stuff, considering that you brought a Holocaust denier on your fucking program. Yeah.
So do you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong. As I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Through the grace of Iran. You're literally relying on the grace of the Ayatollah there, right? You're relying on the grace of the supreme leader of Iran in order for that not to turn into something worse. Yeah.
But well, if we took the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say that.
ISIS is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
Look, I mean, I know why.
By the way, I didn't push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
Oh my God, Tucker's cackling is the best.
Assad is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just
it's going to turn red.
You can see on ISIS, not a big deal.
You know,
not a big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why, and you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I think he means snarky laugh, but whatever.
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something, but by your own standards, ISIS.
They may be ISIS, but there are ISIS. That's why he's okay with it, right? They're in control. They're in league with the United States and Israel, instead of being in league with Russia like Assad was.
So immoral that they must die, but now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is I don't know how.
That was the justification, by the way, chat after October 7th for why Israel should prosecute a war in which the goal is to eliminate, fully kill Hamas, right? Was that these guys are like ISIS, right? ISIS, who famously, cut off heads on television, right? Somehow Hamas is like that. Well, they did have the lie about the 40 beheaded babies, so I guess that's what they were resting it on, right? But they do that to say, like, all right, so killing off ISIS is okay, that's acceptable, right? And Hamas equals ISIS, therefore it's okay if we prosecute a forever war in Gaza to take care of Hamas. And what we're really doing is mowing the grass, reducing the Palestinian population by killing off civilians and making the area uninhabitable, right?
Good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS?
What the fuck?
ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are.
You can see what a terrorist really is, right? You can see by the fact that the United States called this entity a terrorist organization at one point, and now the United States calls these people allies. They call them responsible leadership for Syria, right? It is literally just a word that we throw around at our enemies. That's what terrorist fucking means.
Or not actively that I am aware of.
Because if the definition of terrorism had to do with killing civilians, then we would admit that the Israel Defense Force, in reality, more of an offensive force, more of an occupational force, we would admit that the IDF is a terrorist organization.
Trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem
by
very
the way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually, and if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it, but now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay. Let's see. What does chat say? Drew Who says tariffs won't be terrible for the economy. Yeah, so it already is. It's already raised prices. Drew Who, one of the reasons that the Biden was running so badly behind Trump, one of the reasons that his vice president Kamala Harris was defeated last year was because prices are too high. The country has become unaffordable. And although she made some noises early on about doing something about price gouging, she ultimately shut the fuck up when the business interests told her to not say that she would do something about price gouging, because that price gouging is translating to profits for them, right? So into that environment, we add a ridiculous, antiquated policy that does not belong in this world, that does not belong in this century, in the hopes that that cutting off the United States from the products that people need to buy will result in the spontaneous generation of industries that do not exist in the United States. Some industries which cannot exist in the United States, right? And for instance, there are agricultural products hit by tariffs that cannot be grown in the United States. All that does is raise the prices, right? If you want to use tariffs to grow an industry, you have to do them in a targeted way, not the way that Trump did it with this universal like baseline tariff and then retaliatory tariffs that make no sense on top of that, where we're tariffing an island that there's no humans on, just penguins, right? It's literally a policy written by ChatGPT. I fucking kid you not, right? The equation that they used to figure out the retaliatory tariffs was something that like ChatGPT would come up with, because that's what you're dealing with this lazy, incompetent, pathetic, this pathetic Trump regime, right? But yeah, they're raising your prices already. Your prices have already gone up because of A, the speculation on what the Trump tariffs will do, and B, now they're real to some degree, and now they're having an effect on the prices, and that effect's not good. If you thought that America was unaffordable under Biden and Kamala, it is necessarily more unaffordable now. Whatever Americans wanted
Up here, but now there are
in choosing another 4 years of Trump, right? Whatever America's wanted out of that, they are decidedly not getting. And that is why Trump is so far underwater. He's in the 30s, chat, as far as approval goes, right? His immigration policy is now unpopular, despite that being one of the more popular issues that he ran on, because it's been revealed that he's not going after like bloody murderers and shit like that, which didn't really exist. And if they did, they were being arrested and punished and deported under Biden, right? That didn't really exist. So instead, they're going to Home Depot and deporting day laborers. They're deporting people's uncles, aunts, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, cousins, grandmas, grandpas. They are cutting people out of their community with these things and disappearing them in the night without due process, right? Americans have decided that just like they didn't like kids in cages, they don't like the bullshit that Donald Trump is doing in the name of keeping our borders safe, or whatever the fuck kind of canard he's selling. So yeah, no, this is it's already hurting you. It's not going to help you. It's not going to grow any industries because Donald Trump is using tariffs wrong. You could use tariffs. Let's say like solar. China's kicking our ass when it comes to solar panels. Okay, you want to create. You want to help the burgeoning solar panel energy industry in the United States, right? Putting tariffs on that one thing might make sense, especially if you've already got that industry kind of going in the United States. Putting tariffs on industries that have long since left the United States, that have no infrastructure to be able to do their business, jobs that American people will turn their nose up at and not take, does not help us. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is only economic self-harm, because Donald Trump is an idiot, and he has hired an idiot in Peter Navarro to run his tariffs regime. I hope that helps.
So I'm wondering, how does this work?
I mean, my point is,
we're at the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are, and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah,
but
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
Overcorrected. I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern.
And by the way, that's a reasonable worry.
Look, I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking, you're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could if there's a war. I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take?
No independent confirmation on that I think has been out in the news, right? But he somehow thinks that there is confirmation that that Iran has tried to assassinate Trump, right? Even though like we haven't seen that, like, and he's unwilling to offer any proof of it.
Take him out.
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way,
how about the argument that, look, Iranians hate the government, all right? That seems legit. From everything that I've read, from everything that I've looked at, the government in Iran is not popular, okay? When governments are not popular, they sometimes seek out, as Donald Trump does, an external or internal enemy to focus the anger of the people on. That's a way that unpopular governments stay in power. Why are we giving that to the unpopular Iranian government? Why are we giving them somebody that they hate more in the United States and Israel, right? You're actually reinforcing the grip that the current Iranian government has on power by opposing them, by attacking them, right? You're setting them up to say that this country needs to be defended and you need me to defend it, right? And at the same time, any group that might vie for power, that might be able to displace the current government, if it gets the approval of the United States, if it gets the approval of Israel, is immediately viewed, rightly so, by the people of Iran as a collaborator. You are working with the enemy. We do not like you. So by doing this shit, by doing this Israel shit, right, you are helping your enemies stay in power, and you are hurting any group that might have a chance of displacing them. This is not an effective strategy.
If you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know that the next guy isn't just as bad. And so,
or worse, because there are hardliners, that feel like that the Iranian government is not bellicose, it's not fighting back enough.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site.
Okay, so we're getting to the brass tacks here. Fordow is indeed what a compound that Israel cannot take out by itself. And the United States does have bunker buster bombs, aka Moab, the mother of all bombs. They have the kind of munitions that might be able to reach into the deep recesses of the underground that the Fordow compound is built into. Okay, but you're not going to be able to see that unless you join us in the horizontal stream, because I'm about to end the vertical stream. It's been nice talking to everybody. It's been nice having you. We're going to end the vertical stream right now, but the stream will continue on horizontal. If you want to join us, this is the link. All right, this is the link. I am going to pin the link. There we go. It's pinned, and you will possibly be rated into the stream as well if all goes according to plan. Let me just make sure that that's all ready to go in terms of, we are gonna raid into the other stream. So stick with us if you want to hear what's going on with the whole question of the United States getting itself involved in Israel's conflict with Iran, as well as Ted Cruz being exposed for knowing nothing about the country that he wants to go to war with. So go ahead and click that link, join us if you want to, and I will see you on the flip side. All right. So yeah, we're only ending the short stream. Everybody else just sit tight, okay? Sit tight. It's tall streamer time, is it? Wait, is that because I was like I was above the window on shorts? But anyway, yeah, make sure to join us if you want to. Like I said, we're at 32 out of 100 for the goal. If we want to have extra time, if we want to cover one of these topics, right now it looks like the North Star Radio video on Ethan Klein is what's winning. So if that's of interest to you, you have very little time. I cannot stress enough, right? I'm gonna watch the interesting part of the Ted Cruz conversation with Tucker Carlson, and then I'm gonna turn off the stream unless we get that number. It's at 32% right now. It is 68%. Yeah, that's all we're lacking. So we're about a third of the way there. If we can get there in time, I'll do another topic. I'll do another segment with you. And if not, I will wave bye-bye and I will disappear like Cinderella at midnight. That's, in a fairy tale sort of way.
They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah,
yes.
and Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct.
Need to.
Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
It's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change, and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out.
The U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah, and there is nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate regime change.
Okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because,
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
I
am not the Tucker Carlson.
Okay, now here's another interesting thing that's going on here, right? Do I believe that Ted Cruz is, strikingly oblivious to some important facets of the do I believe that the GOP and really like Congress in general is surprisingly ignorant about issues in which they are advocating things like regime change. Yes, I do. All right. And probably in ways that matter too. But does him knowing the exact population, is that like, you know, right? And then then he turns to like, you know, I mean, he is showing that Ted Cruz doesn't know anything, but like it does seem a little bit like a gotcha. And I don't know if this is the, you know, I'm like that being said, look, I'm glad that at least some people are getting an idea that this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I hope they apply it to their member of Congress, because likely their member of Congress also, you know, is making these big decisions and like, you know, not really thinking of the human element, but it does just given how what a disingenuous little worm Tucker is, I am reticent to give him credit on this, because this is just, you know, like you could do this to any member of Congress. And again, that does show you, you know, their lack of being informed, you know, but it's not, I don't think it's particular to Ted Cruz.
Bird on a rant.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that,
we're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel.
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing.
So yeah, you caught him speaking in a very sloppy way.
Them. Hey, why do you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So
you
don't
want another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
The Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan? Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no
stupid thing to say.
Good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like I'm pro Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that
just saying you're a lawmaker. You're a powerful person in Washington. This is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government,
so yeah, my TLDR, my takeaway from this is that I'm underwhelmed by the gotcha moment that Tucker did. I mean, it does, you know. Rhetorically, it is he did embarrass Ted Cruz. That being said, I am not like, you know, like somebody not being able to pull up the you know, the population of a country is not, you know, what I do think that Ted Cruz is probably ignorant, way too ignorant to be making these decisions. Unfortunately, most of our Congress is as well. The big takeaway that I'm having from this, Tucker Carlson went into this situation gunning for Ted Cruz, right? And this is a faction of MAGA that has declared war on another faction of MAGA, right? This is an opportunity for this, you know, isolationist faction, even though he doesn't like the name, whatever you want to call it, right? And to be fair, you know, in terms of Iraq, I think that they have a better analysis than the neocon faction, which is actually what Trump seems to be following. Trump seems to be very much on the neocon. He seems to have transformed, Chad. He's like an anamorph. You know the Animorphs, right? The books where, you know, on the covers, it's like a girl's face on one side and a cat's face on the other. And in between, it's like her morphing into the animal. It's like Trump is morphing into George W. Bush. That's what we're seeing in front of our eyes. We're seeing that there's not a big difference in between the actual Trump coalition, the coalition that he's gone with, maybe leaving behind people like Tucker, and the you know, the faction that it replaced, that being the neoconservatives.
It's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
I haven't thought. Okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a
newsletter.
You're obviously from the West Coast and think Newscum is doing great? Spooky, what are you talking about? Are you behind in the stream? What's wrong with being an Animorph? I don't know. I think it's pretty based. On second thought, right, that's the coolest part about Trump, is that he can Animorph, all right? I'll give you that. You're trying to forget about Animorphs? Thanks. But I'm wondering what you're reacting to, because you're talking about Newsom all of a sudden. Where did that come from? I did mention Newsom like way earlier in the VOD, but if you're stuck on, if you're that far behind in the VOD, there's no, I can't even talk to you. Right? Like you literally won't hear me for, 3 hours, right? But where did you get it in your mind that I'm a fan? I'm from the West Coast and therefore a fan of Newsom, of gruesome Gavin Newsom. I'm a huge fan. I love what he does. I love the moves that he makes. I'm a viewer of his podcast. I'm on the Patreon. Is that what you think? I'm a big Gavin Newsom fan. Like, this is actually funny to my audience, right? The people that know me and know what I've said about Gavin Newsom and know my general opinion about the guy, this is actually funny to them. But I suspect that you're not hearing the words that I'm saying, because the fact that you're talking about Gavin Newsom makes me think that you're hours behind on the VOD. So at some point you'll catch up with us, and I will be gone. So, right. And speaking of I will be gone, chat, we got precious little time left. If we want to make this goal happen, we got to make it happen like now, because I'm talking about like there is not much time left at all. All right, we're counting it down. This is the last little bit that I think we have like 5 minutes. So if anybody's got it in them to do a last minute dono barrage, that's the one way that we could cover North Star Radio today before we get into the Content Nuke tomorrow, chat. Ethan Klein is putting out Content Nuke Part 2 tomorrow. I plan to stream it as soon as it's live, all right? That's my plan. I'll figure out when it goes live, and I'll be on even if I have to wake up in the middle of the night. Now, I'm also going to be talking to the audience there, right? The audience that watches me when I cover Ethan Klein, but is not here when I'm covering the news, and was definitely not here last week when I was covering the protests and lay some really harsh reality on them. I need them to know that although I love doing this content, although I love doing this stream, I need to be able to, have a certain audience. And if I've gotten an audience that only watches like stuff that is drama slop coded, chat, I am in a country that a lot of Americans are looking to move to. All right. And at the end of the day, I've got to do what's better for my financial interests, right? So I'm going to be letting those fair weather fans that only watch me when I'm covering Ethan know that if that continues, that they will not be getting their drama slop streams. I'm going to stop doing that entirely. I will cover news, and I'll do it like once a week, right? This will become my secondary project. You will lose me, like you will lose hours and hours of me a week, right? I need my people to be following my every move and watching, when I'm covering politics, because most of the time that's what I'm going to be covering. If I get the idea that I only have, that massive audience when I'm covering the, Ethan Klein stuff, I'm going to quit. I'm going to straight up tell him I will quit. If you are only watching me for this stuff and you're not, watching the more important stuff that I do, I don't have any interest in that, because I've got to be either like, chat, my two things are I need to get paid. I need to make money, right? I need to do stuff that's financially, that's keeping me afloat, right? Especially given that I'm in a foreign country and, having to pay for visas and stuff like that. But I also want to do stuff that I'm interested in. And my interest in like drama is, I got some interest, but it's not going to be my main thing. So if anybody's thinking that that's what they're going to watch, they're going to lose their stream. They're going to lose what they enjoyed. They're going to kill the golden goose by not caring about the more important stuff that I cover, because that's what I'm more interested in. That's where my heart is at. I don't do this, just to like make money and entertain myself, chat. I do this to try to have a positive effect on the world. And if that's not happening, because people aren't interested in watching that content. I will be instead doing content of like, how do you get a visa in Thailand? How do you get a passport? How do you get a how do you rent an apartment? Like, right? How do there's a definite content gap in something that I can cover, something that I'm in the right place to cover, and I'll be doing that. All right. So this is a big, what do you call it? Like a crossroads. It's a crossroads, right? Where I'm going to make a big choice. Okay. And, I need to know if my community is behind me. And if the only reason that they were behind me is because they fucking hated Ethan, they're going to lose me. All right. That's real. And they need to know that. Right now, I'm going to announce it when I'm covering the content puke, so that I know that all those people that are the Fairweather fans that are there for the Ethan stuff, but not there for anything else, know that they're the reason that this channel is going to fucking die.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never
I can
attacked
read
Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes.
And I shouldn't be putting it all on the people too, Chad. I mean, there's also an effect of YouTube gauging what it thinks that you're interested in watching. But they need to know that YouTube has ascertained that they're only interested in my content when I'm covering Ethan Klein, and they need to hit the bell or something like that. They need to kind of follow me closer in order to know that, yeah, I am streaming. I didn't just go silent for weeks and weeks and weeks. YouTube didn't show you the video because YouTube looks at you and sees a drama slop monger. And if you're more than a drama slop monger, if you're invested in the fate of the world, in the fate of this country, and in trying to make things better, then you need to circumvent the algorithm from not showing you stuff that you care about. The algorithm is doing you dirty, and it's making me think that you're kind of trash people, right? And I suspect some of these people that only show up for the Ethan Klein stuff are not trash people. They got a trash algorithm, right? The algorithm looks at them as trash people. They're not really trash people, but this dynamic needs to change, right? Because if I can't do politics and support myself, and it's starting to look like that, chat. It's starting to look like that. I will make another channel and I will do that stuff, and you won't have the politics, and you won't have the Ethan Klein, and I'll be doing something that actually pays my bills and I care about. Honestly, I would rather just do political streaming, right? That's my preference, right? But I gotta see if it can happen. And if I continue to get this kind of feedback where like political stuff doesn't work, then this channel doesn't work, and I might as well put a fucking gravestone on the banner.
Like, after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views. Look, I like Trump. I campaigned for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful.
I'm not against Trump. Yeah.
About entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
I feel like Tucker has a business relationship with Trump, right? He is playing nice with Trump, and Trump is playing nice with him, because it is advantageous to both of them to have that. And Chad, I just want to make sure that like people understand, I'm not getting mad at you, least of all, like the people that are here for this content. I'm a little bit animated and stuff, but it's not. I don't know. I don't want to make it like a judgment against people, or that getting mad at the people who are watching the content over the people who are not watching the content. I need to keep this balanced. I need to make sure that I'm taking care of myself. It's not a thing that I would do out of anger or spitefulness or anything like that. It's just a question of what can work as a YouTube channel. It's probably a little histrionic when I said, put a gravestone as my banner, but I need people to know that this is crunch time. This is serious. I need to know that people are here for this, right? Because I feel like I've got a lot of important things to say, and this is the kind of content that I would prefer to do over like a travel, expat, whatever channel, right? That would make me a lot of money, and that would definitely pay the bills. But and it's definitely a timely thing given how many people are trying to get out of the U.S. right now. But I'd rather do this content.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay.
Wow.
Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama are leftists.
I asked that question.
That's what Tucker just said.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know what Jimmy Carter's foreign policy is. You called this guy ignorant. You're fucking ignorant, right? You're talking about you have the same foreign policy as Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. What you're trying to say is that he's a neocon and that there's a uniparty that supports this shit, whether they're Republican or Democrat. That's somewhat true with Obama, although I pointed out where Obama does rein Israel in a lot more than Trump does. Carter is a completely different world, right? You're talking about politics from 1976. Carter's a mixed bag. I don't love everything that Jimmy Carter did as president. I think that he actually started our route into neoliberalism. His foreign policy, I don't know, right? He lost the election over Reagan's interference with his attempt to get the hostages back after Iran. He led a continuation of kind of what did he have? Zbigniew Brzezinski. Yeah, I don't think I would love his foreign policy either. That being said, it's probably better than definitely better than what's going on under Trump, and I would say likely better than what's going on under modern Democrats, because these things do have a tendency to degenerate.
Jimmy Carter? So what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that.
$9.99. Is Ezra Klein going to jump in the ball pit?
If he does, he's going to break his tailbone, Davy. Unfortunately. It's God, I feel like the actual DashCon was probably more exciting than what the Abundance crowd spun up in terms of their conference. It's it's a bunch of or at least what we've got to watch is a bunch of discussions, right? A bunch of panels of just like aggrieved neolibs, right, that are trying desperately to rebrand their party in order to keep control of it after everybody's rejected it. They're trying to be like, we're new people. We're not the loser liberals that got you, that anytime we even do get a president elected, it's a huge policy disaster. It's a huge policy failure. They give you much less than they promise, right? But it's they got to try to rebrand themselves as like, oh no, we're the abundance crowd. We're completely new. It's a new idea. Woo. And it's just the same fucking neoliberalism. It's just the same Reagan Democrat bullshit that they have been kicking for forever. And yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davy. Good question. Oh wait, no, it was Twitch.
These are failures.
It was Twitch that had the ball pit where somebody broke their tailbone. I don't know why I thought that was DashCon. DashCon just had the tiny little, it was like in a like those inflatable pools for the inflatable kiddie pools. Yeah, they just put a bunch of, plastic balls in there, and that was the anyway, that's what Davy is referring to. If any of you were not around for DashCon.
Preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children. And 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look.
That's an overestimation from what I've heard of Ukrainian casualties. If he's saying 1 million people, Russia may have lost. I think they're getting close to losing 1 million, of their soldiers. I guess the combined, he's probably talking about the combined deaths of Russians and Ukrainians.
The level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm going to.
It's really funny because the old school Republicans are against Russia because they like having a big bad. They like having an evil enemy, and they've done a lot of work making Russia and Russian people an enemy, and B, because somehow they see it as a surrogate for the Soviet Union, even though Vladimir Putin's Russia is like the opposite. Look, the Soviet Union, nationalized their industries, all right? Under Putin, those industries were, actually Yeltsin before him, under Putin, those industries were given away to oligarchs, and an oligarchy, which is pretty much the opposite of the Soviet Union, was created. Yeah, but they still look at, they slip up too. They'll sometimes call it the Soviet Union.
I'm like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Matter, or do you just throw out if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I? This will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetent.
Not with the Trump plan to leave Afghanistan, which is what Biden implemented.
That led to 13 servicemen and women.
Do you think also maybe if we had withdrawn from Afghanistan sooner, that the consequences would have been less severe? We certainly weren't achieving any policy goals by staying there.
Being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak. And
has Tucker been in therapy? Tucker is an interesting piece of work, all right? He is one of the most disingenuous people I have ever seen. He is so fucking compartmentalized. He's almost got different personas for whether he's like, on, Fox, on his platform on X, or whether he's talking to people in private. The Tucker Carlson in private is an entirely different person. It is an entirely different person. Is probably, Chat, I would almost guess that Tucker in his personal life is a lot more lived up than the Tucker Carlson. It's weird though, because we did get the racism there. This is not how white men fight, but also like some empathy for a member of Antifa and an ability to, to pull his head out of the team sports of left versus right. This is just something you never see from Tucker as a performer, right? As a performer, he's an entirely different person.
When that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree, that was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this...
But was it also not awful that Donald Trump was president for 4 years and didn't withdraw? Also awful that Obama was president for 8 years and didn't withdraw? Can we not see this as a failure too?
President is weak. And so it invited... And by the way, look, I despise war.
That doesn't mean anything. You're saying this thing, Biden is weak, Biden is weak. It doesn't fucking mean anything. All right? You're not worried about Biden. You're worried about the United States Army, its intelligence apparatus, and its military apparatus. You're not worried about the fucking president, the figurehead in the White House.
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union, the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his... Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that, but I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions, but just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling, I told you, we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
So you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to...
No, but what you're saying, Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weak.
Well, no, talking isn't enough, right? He's got to share with you some of the bounty from Russia and show you the amazing bread that you can buy in their grocery stores at a very reasonable price.
I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch, and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay.
And
so tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis, but I don't doubt your sincerity that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear,
and did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, the most damaging administration
in history. Where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. There's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning. Okay. They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt. Hold on. So you and I are agreeing on a lot. We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions. Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you
Like,
said...
what have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war is going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar
Do you think
coming from
Zelensky
Congress.
wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think...
Chat, that's about all I can give you today. Unfortunately, I've got some major things that I need to take care of. Be here tomorrow, okay? When the Ethan Klein context puke drops, I will cover it. I will cover it specifically because there are some people that I want to talk to, right? The people that watch me when I'm covering Ethan and not when I'm covering much else. And I need to let them know that, you know, they're gonna lose out on the Ethan content if they don't watch the other stuff. I don't know if it's YouTube like hiding me in the algorithm because it pegs them as drama slop viewers, or if it's because some of them maybe in fact are drama slop viewers. But this is a politics channel. This is a Wendy's, sir. This is a you know, and you know, this is like what you're gonna get here is, you know, Wendy's food. We might do the occasional spaghetti dinner, all right, but that doesn't mean that this is a spaghetti restaurant. And if you want spaghetti, you're gonna have to find a new restaurant because I'm gonna close this one down, right? I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. But I mean, there are some realities. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that point where I, you know, have to make that choice and you know, pull the plug on what I'm doing with politics, because this is what really drives me. This is what gives me satisfaction. But I do have to look at the bottom line, and at the end of the day, it's not cutting it right now. All right, I don't know how much of this is the summer slump, how much of this is like an algorithmic thing, or what. But you know, if I can't get my audience here for my normal stream, then there will be no normal stream. There will be an occasional stream. All right, and it won't be about Ethan Klein. It'll be for my real ones. Okay, it'll be about important stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna let people know that those are my terms. That's what's going on. And you know, if they want to you know, save the you know, give me essentially, like, because I'll have to configure the time that I'm spending towards this into something that's making more money if this isn't, you know, making enough money at the end of the day. And so that's where we're at, I guess. But again, you know, it's the summer. It's a weird time to log off, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, there's a lot going on that is really important. There's a lot going on that I really care about. I honestly think there's more going on right now than what was going on last year during the election, right? So, like, the fact that you know, there is an audience for this out there, but I may have fucked myself over by you know, catering to the drama slop crowd a little too much. And if that's the case, then them's the breaks. And you know, you can watch me you know, give advice on relocating to Thailand instead of talking about politics. But you know where my heart is, and you know what I'd rather be doing and what I'd rather be covering. So you know, hopefully that works out, Chad. I'm really hoping that works out. But yeah, more days like today, and I will be gone. So I mean, that's just the reals, okay? So I'm just letting you know, and I will let everybody know tomorrow when they're actually here for their slopping, when I'm slopping the hogs. Oh, by the way, this slop might be going away, and it is your fault, all right? For not caring. No, just kidding. It's probably not there. It's probably not personal. It's probably algorithmic or whatever. But I got to do what I got to do, and I got to make ends meet one way or the other. So, hopefully I can find a way to do that politically. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I'm going to have to wait until chat. Okay, so here's the deal. I have to leave the country, right, for at least one day, I think, right? I have to reset my visa in order to get my educational visa here, right? So I'm going to have, I think, at least one day off where I'll be flying most of the day. If not, if I do end up staying in Vietnam, I'll bring my laptop with me and we'll do laptop streams. But I remember how people did not like those very much, and so I don't know. But yeah, after that, I was thinking a fun thing that we could do on Twitch, and this will be a subathon, is that we can, you know how I'm not able to watch Jubilee? There's all this Jubilee content, and if I watch it on YouTube, my channel gets shut down. I've even gotten I've even gotten I think I got a strike about it or a warning or something like that, right? Jubilee basically watches my channel like a hawk. And anytime I try to react to Jubilee on YouTube, they shut me down, right? So I was thinking maybe we try it on Twitch. Maybe we give because we got the Sam Cedar thing. We've got, the guy from Ethan Klein, is his name Met? I can't remember his name, right? But he's the guy the scuzzy guy from the Atlantic group that Ethan Klein brought on. He's on Surrounded. He's on Surrounded, arguing with a bunch of Free Palestine people, right? So that's pretty serious content, and I feel like there's at least one more that's interesting. I reheated pizza earlier and forgot until my smoke alarm. Oh no, that's the worst. It was hard as a rock. That's the worst when you got a yummy pizza and it's hard as a rock. You're between a rock and a hard pizza. BCAT K, from the sounds of it. Yeah, but anyway, chat, what I need more than now is and now more than ever is your engagement. So, comment, like, subscribe, all that great stuff. I'm going to read off my Patreons again and reaffirm that I appreciate you, Patreons, because I don't know if you know this, but you're like my base of support. It's a very small base. It is not sufficient to keep me alive, but it is something. And it's a crazy world of ups and downs and platforms screwing you over. I love that there's people that have taken their support off platform, because that is awesome. Anyway, thanks to Oral Ellipsis, thanks to Temporal Insanity, thanks to Steven Sayers, thanks to Funky Monkey, thanks to Sarah, thanks to Nadia Yvette, thanks to Moe Noape, shouts out to Crystal Safira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I must bid you a sad adieu. Hopefully it is a temporary adieu. We'll be back tomorrow with the context puke, whatever, assuming Ethan actually puts it out. Remember how he always fucks this up, doesn't he? I should be ready for him to possibly not put it out until Friday, right? That's a possibility, but I think it'll come out tomorrow. He's saying it'll come out tomorrow. I'll cover it tomorrow, just if nothing else than to say goodbye to the content, to the Drama Slop crowd, and find out if they really are the Drama Slop crowd or if they're just missing out on my stream announcements, and maybe it can be fixed with something as easy as notifications. By the way, turn your notifications on if you want to make sure that you know when my stream is going on. I feel like it's just YouTube's just not sending it. It's when I cover a different topic, right? YouTube is like, oh, Ethan Klein? Yeah, let me send 300 people your way, TYT, let me send 150 people your way, right? And then we say Donald Trump, and it's like, ooh, I don't think you have that audience. I haven't seen you perform that well with that audience. All the people that are sub to you don't seem to have Donald Trump on their radar, and it just doesn't send it to you. right? And I don't know how to get past that problem, but we need to find a way to save this channel. I'm really fucking serious about this, right? There's only so many months like this that I can weather without saying, I'm pulling the plug, something's got to change, and do something that is actually going to keep me alive, because I need to be alive. I don't know if you know this, but I need to be alive in order to do content, and I'm starting to kind of worry, right? It's gonna, right when I really need it. It's either the summer slump, the switch of content between politics and drama, which I feel like I'm covering Ethan Klein for the politics, right? I'm not covering it because I love a messy bitch, although I sort of kind of like a messy bitch. Messy bitch can be okay every now and then, but I don't love a messy bitch, right? The way that maybe some people do. I'm covering it because of its connection to Palestine, and because if you have Ethan Klein in the title on a video about Israel-Palestine, you will get more views. You will spread more knowledge that way, right? And if that confused anybody and they thought that I was just another commentary channel or a T channel or whatever, I'm sorry, you're sadly mistaken, and you might lose your source of drama slop as a result. So I haven't been watching anything Ethan related in weeks. I mean, I'm not trying to chide people for their interest in that. It's just this is a hurdle that we got to get over if we're gonna save the channel. All right, so yeah, and I'll make that decision when I come back from Vietnam, right? I'll make that assessment of if things are going well enough to keep on going, or if I need to make that change, right? And I'll make sure to connect the channels and let you know if I end up doing something different. But just know that I would really much rather cover politics than anything else, right? I think right now this is the most important thing. I'm going to keep going at this as long as I financially can, but we are getting to the place where I'm scared for my survival, for my for being able to being able to take care of myself, right? And so if we can find a way to fix what's going on, I don't know, figure out what's happening. Is it there's two different audiences? What's going on exactly? But I'll do what I need to do. I like your content, but yeah, I want to be able to afford food. Yeah, no, it's really important to me to be able to stay alive. That's really important, and most importantly, chat, to be able to stay out of the United States, and that's gonna be like a constant cost of. I mean, look, the main costs are setting up the apartment, which I already did, and then visa stuff, which we're 70% funded on that. Unfortunately, it's really weird, chat. We got to like 70%. I'm talking about my throne.com. I'm talking about my Thai visa fund, right, on throne.com. We got to 70% really quickly, and then it's just been like stalled, and that's part of what scares me. Is that, like, I literally can't stay here if I can't pay for the visa, and with the way the income's been going and stuff like that, like I'm worried about being able to pay for food and stuff. So well, hopefully we'll get it all straightened out tomorrow, figure out what's going on, catch up. Just when people come in, right, and they haven't been there for a while, just be like, what's good? What's good? Oh, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Good to see you here. I'm glad. You've been, where you been? Where you been at, right? Not interested in Ethan. I just don't watch, but I love your content thing so much. Oh, your content though so much. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Maybe I'm hormonal and I'm being too dramatic, and this will all pass. And there's been other times that I've been worried about the channel and stuff. And yeah, comment for the algorithm and like. Oh, thank you, Nuke Nessera. Yeah, that's really helpful. Yeah, like I'm saying, chat. Engagement is really important right now, because that's what gives the YouTube algorithm the sense of, people are watching the content. We've got views and we've got watch hours, but do we have any comments? Do we have any likes? You know, like it's stuff like that where you really let YouTube know, oh no, this is actually good shit. I'm enjoying this, right? Other people would enjoy this, right? Send more people her way, right? That's how you let them know, by joining Thumb Gang and by leaving a comment and by boosting my posts on Blue Sky, which thank you to those of you who did that. It's kind of my vibe. I watched a few years ago. I'm just getting back into your streams. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's an ebb and flow. Definitely during the summer, there's a big ebb and flow, right? And, you know, we've gotten through other tight spaces. I think we can get through this one, too. So, you're not being dramatic. It's stressful. Like I said, I don't like the Ethan content, but I appreciate your politics behind it. Which I know is your intention. Yeah, I just got to be really specific about that, right? Because I don't want to paint myself into a corner where I have to do content that I'm not passionate about. And if I had to do content that was like, Trisha Paytas today said that Ethan Klein was actually rude to her behind the sets of Frenemies, right? If I had to do shit like that, you know what I mean? That kind of shit. If I like... Ethan Klein said that iDubbbz doesn't wipe his ass. You know what I mean? That's the shit. That's the drama slop. That's the commentary. That's the trash that I you know, we might touch on some of that stuff, you know, in the course of what I'm covering, but I just don't want to put myself, because some people do, chat. Some people allow the algorithm, like whatever the algorithm says they like this. Like I got high numbers on this, I'm going to do this, right? And I just don't want to get myself stuck in that trap where the algorithm is telling me, don't cover politics. You got to talk about people's sweaty personalities. And you got to talk about who is bitched out who today, you know, who is in a beef with who, right? You know, like I just don't want to cover like the clout game. You know what I'm talking about? And there is definitely like a lane for that. And that is tangential to the reason that people, or like lolcow content, which is kind of what Ethan is becoming, right? I know there's a lot of you too that are a little bit oversaturated with the Ethan Klein thing. That's why I'm kind of like, when he's making this content, Nuke, I wonder if he realizes what he's doing. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to juice the algorithm ahead of his break, right? So that he'll get, like if he has a big video, you know, and then goes on break, then it's going to bring people into his channel and he'll get views while he's gone, right? I just don't think he's calculated correctly that he has saturated the Hassan Ethan like content niche. He's fully saturated that at this point, and everyone who's covering it is seeing diminishing returns. I don't even think there's that much of a hunger for a context. What's he going to say in his Context Nuke Part 2, right? What is he even going to say? I just don't think there really is anything to say, right? And I don't want to get stuck. I don't want to get stuck, you know, covering stuff that my heart's not in. And you can tell when my heart's not in it, right? So, anyway, with that being said, chat, I need to get my ticket and try to book a room or something. Like just do whatever I can. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Like, right? It's kind of a trip to, you know, reset my visa, but I don't want to be like they can tell, you know, if you leave the country and then you come right back, they'll be like, okay, but they'll kind of also be like, we're watching you now. Like, right? And if you try to do that too many times, one time you'll leave Thailand and you'll come back and they'll shake their head at you and they'll say, no, you are not. We've seen you left for, you know, 1 day here, you left for 1 day there, right? So it's probably better if I, you know, stay in Vietnam a little bit, maybe stream from there, maybe, yeah, stuff like that, right? So. You have to cause a bunch of anger and outrage by saying a bunch of stuff that you don't believe and won't solve what is actually going on. I mean, that's the Tucker Carlson model, right? He's completely separated from the human being, Tucker Carlson, right? From whatever person is behind the personality. Tucker Carlson has completely compartmentalized. Add $19.99 for my Oh my God, Sarah. Oh, did you tell me that was going on? Oh my God, Sarah, listen. I feel bad about this, right? Sarah did a super sticker, and for some reason, you do a super chat, it goes, When you gift memberships, it goes, wow, 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 right? But when you do a super sticker, it doesn't do anything. And then like I'm so afraid, like how many people, have done super stickers and they I just ignored them and they're like, oh, I guess she doesn't like stickers. Oh my God. Like what the actual fuck? Yeah, I see there's not just one, but there's 2 super stickers here. All right, let me see if I can figure out where we're at. Wait. That's okay, so thank you to Sarah. Wait, I can put it up, right? Did that put it up? There it is. Number one, Samurai Dog. Thank you for the super sticker. I am sorry I didn't see it earlier. I don't know how to make it I need it to make a noise. Otherwise, I don't even see that it happened. Right? Amy Komori, thank you for the sticker. I don't actually know. Oh my God. I feel so bad now. I feel so bad. There was people doing super stick, and I always say, super sticker, super chat, like, that's what makes the number go up. That's what lets you put your donation behind one of these topics. And then if I'm not seeing it, then I'm like, I'm doing you dirty, chat. I'm doing you dirty. But anyway, thank you, Amy, if you're still here. And thank you, Sarah. And sorry I didn't thank you earlier for that. I literally did not see it. Thanks for pointing that out. Don't you dare feel bad. Oh, you're too sweet. All right, well, I'm going to go for real now. Much love, everybody, and stay safe. Take care of yourself and each other, and I'll be back tomorrow with that context puke, all right? Which, I don't know, chat. I'm not going to say this will be the last time I cover Ethan Klein, all right? Because if something happens and it's worth talking about, like if there's a point of interest there, I probably will. But I just want people to not expect, right? I think the Ethan story is getting boring. I think it's dragging on, all right? I will cover it from time to time if I think there's a point that I want to make, but I just don't want people to expect that that's what my channel is for. And the numbers have made me think that. Maybe it's because of the summer slump. Who knows what the fuck it is, right? But yeah, I don't want to get pigeonholed into that. Much love, everybody. And good luck. And I will see you tomorrow for the super stanky, super context